Perfect. Perfect. Ads on YouTube must be so annoying. But with 3 clicks, you can install an ad blocker and you'll never see ads again. Step 1, go to adblocker360.com. Step 2, click on Ad Extension. Step 3, confirm. All done. No more ads will be shown.
What's going on, everybody? How are we doing this evening? It is always a pleasure to be back here talking football with you guys. As we have got, I just see you guys can already see how the sausage is made there clearly. As you can see, we put together the Windy City Gridiron article, but we get to be here talking about some football. Specifically, we're going to be talking about the latest Chicago Bears free agency ads, which I tried to be as generic as possible because we got to include DJ Moore too, because you could even argue that adding DJ Moore was immeasurably more important than just about anything that the Bears coulda, shoulda, woulda done this week, which, hey, maybe you could call that a bright sider's opinion, but I think that frankly matters an awful lot. But all the same, guys, it is great to be with you this evening. Let me go ahead and get the live stream portion of this up just so I can see if we've got everything synced up correctly. It sure seems like we do. But you let me know if I'm coming through all right, and we'll dig into some film here shortly. I did see a topic that I wanted to get to because I like it. You guys mentioned things like Draymond Jones, who obviously I would have absolutely loved to see come to the Chicago Bears. We got early grades of Ryan Poles. We've got much freaking out, and I don't blame anybody for it. Ben, I don't have energy drinks ready, but I do have my coffee ready. Of course I do. But so I had to get the Windy City Gridiron article ready. That one came late. But so, no worries, Scott. You can spam my Twitter all you want to. So, look. If you've been with me, if you've been with the channel, if you've been with me on Twitter, if you've been with me, however it comes, you and I probably both know that I am ever the optimist, if frankly too optimistic sometimes. And I'm going to look into the camera and tell you guys something that I frankly think is really important to say right now. And is it going to be optimistic? Of course it is. But we need to talk about this, okay? Because it's the part that I know I built up to probably, 10 a.m. on Monday, 8 a.m. on Monday. And look, if you know me at all, you know that I used to be even more openly negative. And it's not that I hide it these days. It's more that I have to find creative ways to phrase negative opinions because you can get flamed really quickly. And frankly, nobody wants to put out fires, no matter what they're about. But we've got to start by talking about how the Chiefs just signed a right tackle who's never played left tackle. They gave him $60 million guaranteed over 3 years instead of paying Orlando Brown. And because they're the Chiefs, because they just won the Super Bowl, we're going to act like that's a great move. But Jawan Taylor has always had issues in run blocking. And by issues, I mean major issues. His pass blocking looks really good, but now that they're flipping from the right to the left side, they're getting a completely unscouted player. Guys, that deal makes next to no sense. And then you look at what's going on with the Broncos, okay? So they signed 28-year-old Mike McGlinchey, who apparently the Bears were well in on too. I get it. Scheme fit. You don't want to reteach the footwork. There's a lot to that, right? A whole lot that goes into just the offenses, how they're framed, and you want to have somebody who's going to hit the ground running. And so within that, they get, so the Broncos come in, they gave McGlinchey 17.5 AAV, $50 million. And if you do the math, functionally speaking, that's another 3-year guaranteed deal at top of market value for Mike McGlinchey. He's just top of market on the right tackle market. And that's the thing. We'll get there, Ben. But it's more to point out that the complicated part about Bears free agency, okay, so I make this metaphor all the time. I get the impression, because this is not the first time I've brought it up, but I work in real estate because it's flexible. There's a whole lot there. But so if somebody comes in and makes a silly offer on a house, you, the smart buyer, still lose the house, but it doesn't make it a great investment for the other person either. And Scott, you're already taking the words out of my mouth, where I got the impression that the Bears wanted to sign one of these right tackles that could come in and play at an adequate level. But the problem is that the Bears' options for right tackle in the draft, I don't want to say worst case they're Mike McGlinchey, because it always gets worse than an NFL adequate right tackle. It always gets worse than an NFL adequate left tackle. Kudos to Braxton Jones. But Paris Johnson's way better than both of them. And I, like you, probably don't want to see the Bears pigeonholing themselves into left tackle. Let's not go there. It's more to say that as soon as the quick options went off the board, specifically McGlinchey and Taylor, it dawned on me that was an awful lot of money to hand guys that may never be even average at their position. Truly, raise your hand in the chat. Feel free to come after me if you disagree. But Mike McGlinchey tops out at probably the 18th best right tackle in football. Jawan Taylor will be lucky to be the 20th best left tackle in football, because left tackle is dramatically stiffer competition. It's a tough position out there, guys. And once they started really handing that money out. I kind of sat back and said, look, I'm not about to pretend that it is a good thing that the Bears don't have a right tackle yet. Let's be clear. Cap space doesn't help you when the cap space sits in the bank, right? But the deals that got handed out when people talked about Poles striking out in free agency, guys, this isn't what the NBA. That's what I was going for. Where there's only 5 relevant guys on the basketball court. This is the NFL, where there is 22 positions that you have to pay. It's so much money that overpaying one spot over another and not getting enough production is always going to hurt you in the long run. And I heard an argument from Eric Eager, and sure, part of the reason that I liked it is because it framed the Bears in a positive light. So you know me, I'm always going to cite my bias if I am going to take a moment to just be biased. But Tremaine Edmonds is, if you ask me, we'll go through his tape, but spoiler alert, Tremaine Edmonds is a better fit in the Eberflus system and does everything, in my opinion, you could have asked Roquan Smith to do. Roquan's maybe a little bit better blitzer, but Roquan gets paid more, kicks back a second round and a 5th round pick. And Tremaine Edmonds comes in, and Eberflus should be able to get functionally the same value. Would I have paid a linebacker that much? If you know me at all, you know I probably wouldn't have. But I get why they did it, and they saved a buck or two, basically. Then with TJ Edwards. TJ Edwards comes in, and he is a flat steal at roughly $7 million. There's a case to be made that he and Edmonds are both functionally on the same level as far as linebacking goes. And it's like, oh boy. I mean, it's not like I want to sit here, hold my arm up, and say everything that Poles is doing is good. I really like Nick Davis. I think that the 2 players that they've signed otherwise on the defense are really, really solid football players. We keep forgetting the DJ Moore ad counts as free agency because it happened right beforehand. MJ, family's doing well. Thank you for asking. I tend to agree, Censored, that Edmonds is a little bit of an overpay, but that's because you and I probably both agree that the linebacker market is massively inflated. So then within this, let's see, somebody mentioned, Paris Johnson makes sense. Yes. Poles, selective signings. Sure. Christoph, this is, you were who I'm looking for. Talking about what's the word on the defensive line, though. We preach defense or DL importance all the entire year for film review. You're absolutely right. And I don't want to pretend like what's going on right now in free agency is, I don't know, good, because it's not good. The Bears have to land a Sheldon Rankins and Ashawn Robinson. They have to land Matt Ioannidis is still out there. Arden Key is still out there. Like, there are guys that the Bears can add to the defensive line that very quickly make your defensive line better, right? The question becomes, okay, how many of these positions are they going to add outside of the draft? Here's one way to put it. Okay. So look, this is the argument that I heard from Eric Eager, for better or for worse, is because somebody's mentioned you want to build through the draft. Sure. So within that, if you were going to build through the draft, eventually Matt Eberflus was going to want a linebacker, right? Why wouldn't he? So he's going to draft a guy, and is that guy going to be Tremaine Edmonds? Well, he's going to want him to be Tremaine Edmonds, almost literally, like to a T. So are you saving yourself a draft pick by purchasing at market rate? Shared Smith, thanks so much for subscribing. Harry R. Spen, thank you for subscribing. Forgot to acknowledge you earlier. Can you pay for Tremaine Edmonds and get that first-round pick for money and money alone? Apparently you can. And it's not as if the Bills are letting him go because they wanted to. They were cap constrained. So it was a bidder's market for a player that, by all means, should have just been extended by his own team. So within that, like, I tend to agree with you, Prabhat, that I'm not about to cape for Ryan Poles, but if I really work hard to frame it from the argument of the Bears basically picked up a free first rounder, not free, but they spent $18 million a year to get a first rounder's production at the linebacker spot, which, because it's an unpremium position, you can get that linebacker spot at that market value. I loosely understand. I mean, again, is that, I think, the recipe to winning? No, but at the same time, when you take a look around the league, the best defensive lineman, let's call a spade a spade. Guys, I love Draymond Jones. Have you looked at his contract? Not the 16 mil. It's not the 16 mil. So Javon Hargrave, signs a 4-year, he's 30, right? Javon Hargrave signs a 4-year, $21 million a year, $84 million total deal with $50 million guaranteed. Then my guy, Draymond Jones, who finished the season on a hip injury, signs a $48 million 3-year deal with $18 million guaranteed. Do you guys hear in that what I hear? Because it's something it's been bugging me for the better part of an entire day, right? Why did a 30-year-old, generally speaking, remember, 30-year-olds tend to get hurt. The body breaks down after a little while. It's exactly what we saw with Akeem Hicks. Why did he get more guaranteed money than the young up-and-coming pass rusher? Why did Zach Allen, who I tend to think that just about nobody really knew about, just about match Draymond Jones in his year-to-year? And I think Allen actually got more money guaranteed. Do we think there's a medical issue there? Like, don't leave it to me to speculate. I mean, I am truly speculating, but the guaranteed money within Jones's deal makes that a 1-year deal. Like, for all intents and purposes, $16 million AAV with $18 million guaranteed is bizarre, because that suggests that the team thinks it may not work out long term. Why wouldn't things work out with a one gap defender that can rush the passer like crazy and is only 26 years old? I mean, maybe it's the injury that he ended the season on. And if I had to guess, right, this is just me shooting from the hip because I've been thinking about this, that the Ben, I see that 10%. You can't get away from that. But anyways, I tend to think, if I had to guess, that of all the archetypes of player that Ryan Poles is not wanting to mess around with right now, it's an injury risk after what happened with Ogunjobi, right? Where after what had happened, where he handed out a deal to somebody who he had to wait until he got a physical to make it legit, and then Ogunjobi ended up failing his physical and basically cost Ryan Poles the opportunity to participate in last year's free agency. I tend to think that once the price reportedly got too high, per WCG's own Greg Gabriel, Ron, how you doing, that the Bears just weren't going to mess around with somebody who, for all intents and purposes, the team he signed with did not commit to him long term. I don't know. Jeff, how you doing? Great to see you. I don't know, right? It rubs me the wrong way. But so at this point, obviously, that doesn't necessarily excuse Poles for not getting like a Dalvin Tomlinson, not getting a Charles Omenihu, not getting one of the other options that are in this like defensive line class. But we're also not, technically the new league year hasn't even started. And at this stage, the Bears do have some other defensive linemen that will tide them over. I mean, Christopher, you mentioned cap casualties. There really are other decent linemen out there. Somebody mentioned earlier, oh, come on, Robert, we already have enough mid-offensive linemen. The issue wasn't, if you ask me, the issue wasn't Justin Jones and Angelo Blackson. The issue was always the fact that we had Al-Qadim Muhammad playing primary reps, the fact that Mike Pinnell and Armon Watts, and hey, Armon Watts had his moments, right? But the fact that we had a lot of these other guys jumping in and playing very large roles in the rotation was a real issue. Like you're mentioning, John, I tend to agree that I'm glad that the Bears are addressing offense in a heavy way during free agency. I think that they're going to get some more defensive linemen. I mean, I really do. And so it's not as if the defensive line is going to come out great. Can we be blunt? The Bears are just going to come out with a better defensive line than last year, certainly a better back seven than last year. And remember that they still have numbers 9, unless you trade it, 53, 61, and 65. I bet you'll see a Keanu Benton type, a second-day edge rusher like a Zach Harrison type, right? Like you'll see some solid offensive line, or you'll see some solid defensive line ads, and it wouldn't surprise me, frankly, if the Bears shoot for a tackle. A couple other names, just to throw it out there. Isaac Simalo hasn't signed. The Eagles guard. I think he played on the right side last year, but he's played a little bit of both. In theory, the right tackle could already be on the roster, right? Where the right tackle could be Tevin Jenkins. Sam Mahler, thanks so much for subscribing. The right tackle could be Tevin Jenkins if in theory they wanted to play Nate Davis on the right side. They have Samalu take the left side. They kick Whitehair over to maybe center, and then Jenkins jumps over to right tackle. It's an option. I don't know what the Bears are going to do, right? We don't know. I mean, you've got options like Matthew Bergeron. You've got options like, there's a bunch of tackles, honestly, that could fall to 53-ish. I wouldn't bet on any of them because I think Paris Johnson is a better bet up at 9. But at the same time, what if Jalen Carter falls to you at number 9? Can you really pass on that if you're Matthew Eberflus? And that's just what you, 3 tech is what you love. Malik Lightfoot, thanks so much for jumping in. I tend to agree, Scott. Another forgotten man, not that everybody loves him, right? And I'm not about to pretend to love him either, but at this point, you got to remember that Lucas Patrick, while hurt, is still on the roster, and he is still probably an upgrade over Sam Mustipher at center. So if theoretically you end up with him playing the 6th offensive lineman role, or at least holding something together, I agree with you, Censored, not to get immediately, not to immediately pivot too hard, but you mentioned because Cody is a below average center. I think the Bears will take below average across the roster if they can get those 5 to play together over what they had last year, which were 3 offensive linemen that frankly had no business playing for the large majority of the year. Just to point the finger, Braxton Jones improved a lot by the end of the year, but to use an example, especially early on in the year, Braxton was a flat liability. I thought Sam Mustipher really, really struggled. Whitehair, especially coming after the injury, as soon as the Bears started to put this together, Cody Whitehair just fell off a cliff. Tevin Jenkins was on again, off again, depending on the snap. And then right tackle was obviously a huge issue with Borum getting his butt kicked for the first couple weeks of the season. Riley Reif comes in, and it only got middle better, right? And so within that, Patrick Pavone, thanks so much for subscribing. Eric, can Braxton play right tackle? I don't know. And Evan, it's not about hating Riley Reif. He did it okay. Amon Shamsuddin, thanks so much for jumping in. I don't know. Overall, I really can't emphasize enough that the Bears' biggest issue last year, and Christopher, oh shoot, Dave Montgomery just got signed. Look at this. We've got a signing. We've got David Montgomery is going to be taking roost in Detroit. So the Bears have a very decent shot to be seeing number 32 or whatever he's going to wear in Detroit line up against Chicago. And more than likely, just our luck, he's going to end up doing it against a defensive line that is just not quite tooled up yet. Yeah, that is a wow. That's a big one. But so getting back to it, Christopher, if you're still in here, and honestly, the way you spell your name, do you want me to just pronounce it normal CHRIS like Christopher, or is it like Christopher? I like getting pronunciation right. Anyways, the main thing that I look at, Chris is great. So within that, I can't help but think that the biggest thing we have to talk about in this is that the Bears had abysmal lines on both sides of the ball, right? The Bears need to get to bad. Honestly, even bad is an improvement. I hope this makes sense. I want the Bears' offensive line to get flat out average. I would love for them to get even better than average. I would love for them to get good. Wouldn't you? But the Bears aren't going to be able to. Nick Williams, thank you so much. Patrick Pavone, thanks for subscribing. Mark McGee, thanks so much for subscribing. We're getting a lot of subscribers. This is great. Thanks so much, guys. But so within this, the main thing I'm trying to point out is that the Bears had a defensive line last year where they had, I'd say, 2 rotation worthy guys playing starter reps, and they had guys that should be on your practice squad playing major reps. So within this, the problem that I look at is everybody, Chris, and this is not me pointing the finger at you, by the way. I would point out when I look at the Bears offensive line and the defensive line, if they can go from, okay, it's not good, but it's not what it was last year, maybe there's going to be a little bit of homerism, a little bit of hopium. It's hard not to. right? It's hard not to just like plug in and get excited about literally any difference. But I mean, let's envision a Bears defensive line with second round pick Keanu Benton, second round pick, who's the kid out of Kansas State? I can never remember his name. He's really, because I'm watching him. So we'll pick somebody I have. If you end up with Keanu Benton, who's like budget Daron Payne, right? Like plays that one technique, but big run stuffer, 2-gap defender, 1.5 gap, more than likely straight out of college. And then you pair him with, say, Zach Harrison, who we mentioned earlier. It could be Isaiah Foskey. It could be a lot of the different defensive ends that are in this class. Yeah, Kobe Turner, another solid name. Maybe you add like a Yaya Diaby in the 5th, 6th round. It's not that the defensive line gets good, but at least it gets young. Because one of the biggest problems that the Bears had this last year was that you didn't even have guys taking snaps, right? Like you had Al-Qadim Muhammad and I guess a little bit of Dominique Robinson, but when Mike Pennell, Armon Watts, a practice squad or like a former practice squatter, and a bunch of others that were eating these snaps for the Bears, like Angelo Blackson and Justin Jones, who we've kind of already talked about. I'm not trying to sit here and dunk on these guys. It's more that veteran journeyman rotational defensive linemen are not how your young guys are going to get any better. So if the Bears have a defensive line that's, it's bad, but at least it's young, then at the very least, you take a step forward in attempting to develop the defensive line as they play behind a much improved front seven. I'll tell you what, TJ Edwards is a whole hammer. We will show him here in a little bit. Probably I'm going to give us, let's say 5-10 minutes for like the initial segment, and then we'll just dive into some film, and I'm going to have to put the chat away, not because I hate you guys, but because I tend to get so distracted. We get 2 plays in and we immediately go off on a tangent. So I am going to see if we can improve the health of the overall stream by digging into the film and really, really getting nitty gritty in the film. And then I'll come up for air every once in a while. So we'll figure it out. Right. But so within that, like TJ Edwards brings the hammer. He's a better run defender than I think either of the Bears linebackers were last year. Tremaine Edmonds is a great side to side run defender. He's not a great downhill run defender. That's fine. He's good enough in coverage. It's not to say that the Bears have some superstar defensive plan. Right. It's more to talk about how if they can improve on the defensive line, the back seven's pretty good. I really don't like positional rankings. Like I can't say top this, top that. But so it's more to say that like the back seven has a lot of talent in it. And if the front seven gets frankly any better than it did, we should be able to see some improvement and see a little bit more fight within the games. And then the offense obviously has to stabilize a little bit. Frankly, if it's me, I would tell you that I would probably, as things stand right now, either trade back in the first round or just take Paris Johnson. And if I did trade back, probably still look offensive tackle. Because if I got to choose, and I bet they're going to bring in more, can't say that enough, but if the Bears were going to go, I'm going to spitball here, if they were going to go Braxton Jones, Nate Davis, Cody Whitehair, Tevin Jenkins, draft pick, I'd rather that draft pick be as good as possible so that in this case, Paris, because if he's going to start day one and Fields' big year is going to come with a rookie playing tackle, I'd rather it be one of the best tackles in the class. There's obviously some really good offensive line talent next year. A lot of people have heard about the 2 generational prospects, I don't even know their names, that are in that class, but I really wouldn't worry about it. By the way, a lot of stuff talking about Montgomery leaving. I'm happy that, like you're saying, B-Team, I'm happy Montgomery got paid. I'm happy for him as a personal story that he got $11 million guaranteed. That is life-changing money. I'll tell you guys, I don't think he fit the Bears system especially well. I'm curious to see how he meshes in Detroit. I think the fact that, with the shoe on the other foot, I think Bears fans are going to start to see how many times David Montgomery totes the pill for sub 2 yards, even in Detroit. Now, he's got a sweet offensive line in front of him and a sweet scheme. So for all I know, I may take those words, I may stuff them back in my mouth, and I may have to swallow them. But the Bears within this, because Lunatic, I don't agree. You mentioned that the Bears didn't know how to use him. Al Wakefield, thanks so much for jumping on. I think that David Montgomery is an electric receiving back. I think the irony is that David Montgomery's reputation betrays David Montgomery on the football field. I think David Montgomery is one of the best third down running backs in football. I think Khalil Herbert, being a shorter speed back, his reputation betrays him too, because I actually think he's a two-down thumper. Like, I think Khalil Herbert is the perfect first and second down running back based on what the Bears want to do. And then you sub in David Montgomery, you check it down to him, and he goes and kills, and he kills you in the air. And Lunatic, I don't know. Like, when David Montgomery runs for 15 yards, he looks gassed, if you ask me. I mean, it's tough out there. Khalil Herbert comes out of the game when he runs 60 yards too. It's not to say that this, that, or the other. I don't know. I think personally that the Bears want more speed at running back. I don't think it's bizarre to envision them wanting a Zach Charbonnet or a Jahmyr Gibbs or all kinds of these other runners, maybe a Tajay Spears, probably not though, that they could have in the draft. But we'll have to see, won't we? So I'll ask this question, and then we'll go. On, because I could talk about running backs. We could talk about draft stuff. This isn't the stream for that, and we all know it. Where do we want to start? I have included all 5 of the players, so I will number them. 1, we've got DJ. 2, we've got TJ. 3, we've got ND. 4, we've got Tremaine Edmonds. And then 5, and I haven't actually watched him yet, we've got DeMarcus Walker. So we can go any of these directions for start and move on. Like, yeah, Edwards and Edmonds is going to mess you up. Not to mention, Mr. Myrtle, it's worth pointing out that not only is it Edwards and Edmonds, but they're both T. So you can't say T-E. T-E doesn't work, right? But so let's see. We have to have Ed, and Eddie on defense. Let me see. Is that... Wait a minute. Ed, and Eddie. Hang on. Tell me how we can get Ed, and Eddie. Because it's not... Yeah, help me. Because it's... I completely see how we would get the first Ed. It's Eddie Jackson. Yeah, I hear you. I understand. But so is it Tremaine Edmonds, Eddie Jackson, and then... Oh, is it TJ Edwards? I get you. Okay. I was thinking we had to add another Eddie. So it's Edwards, Edmonds, and Eddie Jackson. Yeah, I gotcha. That's awesome. I love that. Honestly, especially when he rolls down into like cover one robber kind of things, you're going to have a sweet little coverage net between those. Oh yeah, 00. We need a plank. We do. Keanu Benton could very well be plank. But so anyways, you haven't given me a number. We've gotten a couple. I've honestly seen everybody picked, and we got an Ed and Eddie train that has me thinking you guys want to see Edmonds. So let's get some final answers in. Do we want to watch receiver? I think I expected everybody to want to watch a receiver, but we don't have to. We can get to the receiver in a little bit. I love watching DJ Moore. I hate watching the Panthers. Honestly, watching the Panthers is going to make you feel better about a lot of Bears offenses that you've spent in the past. So we got a lot going on. We got 2 1s. I see 2 5s. I see, let me see, is that 2 4s? Another 1, another 4. See, it's all over the place. All right, so if I have to get censored, you say that, but I see a lot of, a lot of 5s too. Yeah, honestly, I'm amazed. Everybody, you're killing it. I should have made this a poll. Everybody wants to watch the one player on this list that I haven't explicitly sat down and watched, don't they? Well then, in that case, let's go ahead. We're going to start with Edmonds. We'll go to DeMarcus after that. We'll go to DJ Moore. Then we'll go to TJ. Then we'll watch Nate Davis. I'm not surprised that everybody's like, I want a lineman. I just don't really want to watch him. Like, that's hilarious to me. Or maybe it's just a worry about defensive line. But anyways, so We'll go over one of the Tremaine Edmonds games that I've actually watched. And you'll be surprised at how many times or how often you will. Don't look at my secret code. I'll never tell you what it means. But so the nicest part about the nicest part about watching Tremaine Edmonds is that honestly, he's very easy to spot. Let's talk about it, right? So yeah, no kidding. Thanks, Pace. Tremaine Edmonds has real big hair. And he's huge. And we've all done. All right, I got to stay on brand, so we got to start with this. No, the Premiere Pro isn't the secret. It's where I laid everything out. Tremaine Edmonds mock draftable. I have become the spider guy, right? So who would I be if I didn't start us with a spider chart? So let's talk about this, right? Look at how tall and how long Tremaine Edmonds is. I mean, it doesn't really matter what his hand size is. Obviously, it's not going to surprise you the more you watch him what his bench press was. Not that it really means a ton, but like he is so tall. He is so long. He is so wide. He is so fast. I mean, this guy, I hate the word specimen because I think it's kind of hokey, to be honest with you. But like, Tremaine Edmonds is just a flat beast. It is crazy watching this guy move around, and we'll take a look at exactly what this is. You know, honestly, John, I wish it was okay, so for instance, this is the best play you will see him make in the run game the entire stream. Like, if we do make it through the entire game, this is the best one you're going to see. Because Tremaine Edmonds is a downhill run defender. It's just not really his game. But man, oh man, oh man, does that not remind you of Roquan when you watch him going side to side, right? Like, pop, get off the block, side to side, bring the guy down. When he does hit you, he's violent. And honestly, he is wicked fast within his coverage spots. Watch the way he drops. Watch where his eyes are. This is something we talk about on the channel all the time. But his eyes in zone coverage are really, really nice. Not to mention, okay, so we'll back this up. We're not gonna go through like literally every play, but if you watch here, he's gonna be in man coverage. So this is that like Will-ish role, right? I tend to think that he's going to play Mike, and especially towards the second half, you're going to see Edmonds here play a little bit more Mike linebacker, whereas TJ Edwards also plays Mike. Both the linebackers play Mike on their film, but Edwards can handle all of the Will-related roles, and frankly, he's a better run defender. But what I love watching about Edwards, because the first thing I want to watch every time I watch a player move, and by the way, this is your moment to like the stream if you're enjoying it. We've got 184 concurrent viewers, which is amazing. We've got 23 likes. Let's see if we can't bridge that gap a little bit. Moving on. Watch the way the player moves, because the way he moves will tell you a lot about what he can and can't do. A player's ceiling, in my opinion, is guided by what they're able to do with their feet, with their body on a football field. Obviously, if they're not that fast, they can only do so much, right? But if they are wicked fast, I mean, truly, the world is their football oyster, right? And watching the way Edmonds moves, obviously, like Casey uses, this is that Nagy offense, right? At least it's the offense that he wanted to install. It's Andy Reid. I mean, it is RPO. It is throw on almost every down. You're really not going to see much in the way of Tremaine Edmonds' run defense because they just throw all the time. Here, they're going to go with an RPO. Mahomes is just a little bit wide, and he got an incompletion, so we move on to 2nd and 10, right? Someone else I understand. But so... I don't know, honestly, Ron, that's a good question on whether it helps Brisker a little bit more. But I'll tell you what, here, first of all, there are some dimes on this tape. Like, I know we're not the quarterback school. That's JT O'Sullivan. But, like, we got a perfect corner route right here by, I think it's Mecole Hardman. But watch when Mahomes releases this. Flick as he's coming out of the break. Mecole finds the football. Ball lands right in his hands. Couldn't be any easier. Hey, I understand, Ace. I just appreciate your commitment to the stream. Oh, that is a wobbly football. I'm not here to make everything Mahomes does turn into, like, GOAT stuff, but boy, when he does something right, it is just easy to see. He looks pure. He did play against the Bears, exactly. But so, here we go. Now we start to see at least a little bit of Tremaine Edmonds' foot speed. It really picks up here in the second half. We're just going to move, we're basically going to move through all the places where, like, on a play like this, where the guy hits the sidelines and 58 there, Matt Milano misses a tackle, it's not really something that you're going to pull much away from on Tremaine Edmonds. Believe it or not, even if you're in the middle of the defense, it doesn't really always matter what you do on a football field. But here's a really nice tackle from Edmonds, and I really want to walk you through his process, because it looks like, okay, Tremaine, you're like, let's focus on the part that everybody sees, right? Usually the broadcast, it's what, here to here, and so you're staring at this, and then all of a sudden you see Tremaine Edmonds basically dart out of nowhere and hit Travis Kelce for a gain of 3, and you go, oh, must have been a pretty nice play by Edmonds, right? Well, let's watch exactly what's going on here, because I love the way that Edmonds, who's only 24, by the way, reads this play out. So Kelce comes across a formation. First thing he's going to do is confirm that they are rolling out. So he sees them rolling out, and the first thing you'll see him do is spy where he thinks a flat runner is coming. We've all seen that RPO on this channel, right? Thank you so much, Evan. You have no idea how much that means to me. Your support means everything in the world. So we've seen this RPO 100,000 times, right? It's one of the most common ones that defenses watch for. It doesn't look like that. It looks like you have a flat runner. Usually you have an over route there, and then a lot of times you'll have somebody go from here to up and out. So you've got a 1, 2, 3 level read, and you can see that here Edmonds is looking for the flat defender, doesn't see it, so then he looks back. He's trying to read out what play this is, right? And then as he does, he's going to spy Kelce, I think it is right here, is going to leave, and as he leaves, he's just going to drive on him immediately because he recognizes this is a leak screen. Really nice tackle in the open field. Absolutely wicked speed. I mean, kudos to him, man. Like, Tremaine Edmonds is crazy fast. Look at the recognition here. Like, it is, you're right, it's 83. It's not Kelce. Thank you, Damo. But so, he's going to see him come off the block, and as he drives, Edmonds drives with him, overtakes him, tackle. It's real nice. Honestly, like you mentioned that, Myrtle. Look at Tremaine Edmonds' hips. Nice little plant. And he's going to take that 6'5", 96th percentile weight. I think it's 250 pounds. And let it rip at the secondary tight end, whose name I do not know. RIP that tight end. So, 2nd and 7. What are we going to do? Well, we're going to check it outside. And you'll notice that KC doesn't really want to test Edmonds when they don't have to. Look, it's tough to throw over the middle of the field when you've got somebody 6'5" with, I think it's 34.5-inch arms. I know, there's all these people in the NFL world that want to tell you that arm length doesn't matter. Arm length matters a good bit. Like, it's not everything, obviously. There's a lot more to football than whether your arms are long. But it's not nothing either. This is one spot of his game, or Tremaine Edmonds' game, that I don't expect will get any better. Like, at least not in Chicago. Plenty of times there are going to be offensive linemen. In this case, it's Joe Thuney, the what is this? The center? No, Tooney's right here, 65. So it's the center. But he's going to come off. He's going to go get to Edmonds. And Edmonds, for as big as he is, you would think he would be ultra violent in the running game, and it's not. That's not really him. That's what TJ Edwards is for. So let's be plain. It's just not something you shouldn't expect 49 to be the hammer that he looks like he could be. And when other people tell you, what's a huge guy doing? Not just assaulting people on the run. It's like, it's just not what he does. Like, at least throughout his time in the league, he is here to play coverage, even though most people would think coverage equals smaller, or like a coverage player is going to be smaller. That's not his bit. This throw is nasty. If you don't follow me on Twitter, then you haven't seen it yet. I think it gets called back. Must be like an illegal formation or something. But like, Mahomes goes from right here, snipes it past Edmonds, in between two defenders, hits a guy in the hands, and it would have been a touchdown, which is nasty. Again, not everything Mahomes does is psycho crazy, but man, when he spins it, he can just wrist it with the absolute best of them. And like you're saying, Ben, it's not as if every linebacker out there is going to be able to shuck, dip, dive, and dodge around some of these guys. It's more that with Edmonds, I think I want him to find ways into those plays, but he usually doesn't. And that's fine. That's fine. I've seen it on too many of these games, and frankly, I'm not. If I'm Ryan Poles, I didn't pay him $18 million to come in and clean up on offensive linemen. If he can occupy the offensive lineman, I guess that's enough because I'm expecting somebody else to come make the tackle. He's a big old body. That is wild. Again, there's some of these tosses where you'll see Mahomes just place the ball. In this case, it goes on his shoulder. Edmonds isn't a good blitzer, but he's so tall and so big that I find it hard to believe that he doesn't show up in your peripheral very, very clearly. So he can pressure you. Look, I'm not about to pretend that it's faux pressure, especially since 92 is applying actual pressure. But it's something that you'll see where they'll send him and he'll get close and the throw will come out because he's an easy blitzer to see. And the fact that he's an easy blitzer to see and gets the throw out, frankly, accomplishes the goal of the blitz. But so here on 3rd and 7, let's see. I think Bill's taking off sides penalty. Let's see. How does this compare with Luce's scheme? It's not exactly the same, Ben, but it's closer than you'd realize. Big thing worth remembering is that we spent so long. Okay, Ben, great question. We spent so long on this Bears channel talking about how the Bears were in cover 1. You'd have Brisker down here-ish. You'd have the corners pretty much exactly where they were. They'd be trying to basically protect the box in one way or another. You'd have the linebackers a little bit more bunched up, and then they would drop back after the snap, or in some cases, frankly, they wouldn't because they were doing what they could to get 8 in the box to play the run. Now, the Bears may not have the defensive talent to do what I think that they're going to try to do, Ben, but what Leslie Frazier, former Bear, is running right now is that Marinelli cover 2 scheme. It's cover 2, a lot of it too. So you're seeing Edmonds playing the Mike linebacker role in a very similar way to what he'll be doing in Chicago. Is it exactly the same? I'm not in the coaching room, so I can't tell you, but it is directionally the same thing, if that makes sense, where the Bears are going to be asking him to do, again, more or less feels like a weird way to say it. I'm sure the Bears are going to have slightly different terminology. I'm sure they're going to have slightly different opponent to opponent tailors, but that the Bears they're going to be asking him to do similar things. Track side to side, hit downhill in the run game when you absolutely have to, but play one of the primary coverage roles on this defense. And plays like this, I understand that Mahomes is going to convert this, but notice the fact that you've got a linebacker here who's reading out. So right off the snap, what's he doing? Right? We're going to play eyes to the quarterback, okay? So Edmonds is going to eyes to the quarterback. That's the technical term of this, right? And so catch, he's going to immediately see Mahomes look to his right, and you can already see him watching, okay, somebody's coming, because it's a short yardage pickup, right? Edmonds knows that he's standing approximately 2 yards off the first down line. So he's immediately going to watch Travis Kelce. He looks back to make absolutely certain he's not about to get fooled on this side, sees no receivers in the area that are coming, and so he's going to look back to Kelce, and he's going to drive on him. Had a throw come, Edmonds was there, which matters here, because Mahomes is looking in that direction, even loads to throw in this frame right here. He just sees Edmonds coming, right? And so then he comes back to it, thinks about it, bursts forward, does what only Pat Mahomes seems to be able to do, and turn not really having wheels into enough mobility to win. So Mahomes doing Mahomes things. Who's surprised? Nobody at this point. But these are the roles Edmonds going to be asked to play in this defense. Cover those short areas, right? Take away the quarterback's best friend route. Make the quarterback make the harder throw, by and large. And I think we can all appreciate that that is a noble goal that, frankly, we want to see more of in Chicago, especially given the way that the Bears were victimized over the middle the entire year long. You'll see him do it right here too, right? where as he drops, watch his eyes. He's going to see both Kelsey coming across, but also he's going to spy that somebody else could very well be coming back through right here. And so as he tracks Kelsey, he sees Mahomes in his peripheral is not looking that way because Mahomes is watching this corner out right here. And he sees this corner fading backwards, which is exactly what he should be doing. It's called getting depth to walk back this way. And so then Mahomes is going to work back into the middle of the field. And when he does, you'll see Edmonds drive on this route right here, this quick slant. And Edmonds is pretty much going to bump into him if memory serves. Like, they end up double covering right there. Mahomes, I don't actually know what happens to the ball. Like, I don't think he just lets it leak out of his hand. Maybe it gets tipped. No, it's just a bad throw because of pressure, but it's a really solid job in coverage. Jay Sanders, they tend to blitz Milano, and when they do blitz Edmonds, he's solid, but he's John, I don't think he's good. He's solid. He's just not bad. I didn't see any. Like, any examples of him getting badly burned by a tight end on a seam route, I didn't see any. I'm also a huge fan of, if you can't tell, going through play-by-play. Because as much of a chore as it may seem, I don't want to show you guys plays out of context, because I think plays out of context are how I can build you a narrative, and I don't really want you to trust me. I mean, sure I do, right? Who wouldn't? But I want you to see the film just like I'm seeing to the film and see if you can't come to the same conclusion that I do, because when you see the entire drive, you understand why he's doing what he's doing, and that's a sweet interception at the end zone, by the way. I'll tell you what, Damo, I don't actually expect the Bears to blitz much. The Bears don't want to blitz. Like, at least Eberflus didn't in Indianapolis. They were one of the lowest frequency blitzing teams in the NFL. Probably blitz maybe 15 to 20% of the time. When you do blitz, I expect you'll frankly do it with Sanborn. But so, oh yeah, Lunatic. Yeah, you actually can. Like 57's Orlando Brown while he's there. But so watch Edmonds. I'm going to go slowly. We're not going to go over every single thing Edmonds does because I want to get to some of the more physical flashes. But watch his eyes. Watch him checking for all kinds of threats. Okay, so now I've got a crosser over the middle and I need to cut that off. Yes, I definitely need to cut that off as he covers it up. But earlier in the rep, you've got him hawking over the middle because he knows as soon as he sees, okay, we've got another corner out, we've got a curl. It's not uncommon for them to try to sneak a post right here. You can literally see him watch Mahomes to check for somebody trying to throw over the top of him, because as long as he's standing there, there's just not really a throw, right? And so then once Mahomes starts to roll, he starts to try to identify who here is going to get the ball, try to get in the way to make sure that that person doesn't get the ball, ends up generating a bad decision throw, which honestly, like, it's actually kind of a sweet high point. Like, when you look at what the throw is, you're like, how did we? But it gets picked off. Sweet play by, I think it's a corner. I don't think that's Jordan Poyer. But again, like, backing up, fading backwards, taking a hit, high-pointed ball that you would hope your guy comes down with. He doesn't, but, man, good defense overall. Honestly, that's what football, like, that's the best kind of football. A good team going up against a good defense. So, again, we're not going to start, I wouldn't expect us to start flying through the film, because I'm not going to show you a whole game of all these guys. It's so much film. Like, we would just be guzzling film by the fire hose. But we will start to try to move a little bit because Edmonds starts to get even more active in coverage. Like, a lot of his assignments really start to show his range, which I think really rules. Here's another example of him honestly getting off a block, going completely against what I was saying. Creed Humphrey. It's not that he's going to drive him back; it's that he's going to use his arms to stay off of him, which is nice. Lunatic, I'm going to trust you to evaluate the Orlando Brown piece of it. But I'll tell you, I don't think Brown is the fit in Chicago that some people want him to be. The Bears just want to run a more mobile running scheme than I think Orlando Brown has. Or like at least has in him. Here we've got, let me see, is that Kelsey catching one over the top? That's Kelsey coming basically wide open. It looks to me like it's a hole in the zone thing. Let's see, Panthers. Oh, shoot. Andy Dalton's playing for the Panthers now. We hate the Panthers. We want the Panthers to lose all their games. Sorry, guys. Keep pounding, please. Keep pounding. But let's see here. Is Brown any less mobile than Borum? Would you believe me if I told you yes? Brown's probably a better run blocker overall, but he's less mobile than Borum. Borum's medium fast in the open field. Yeah, not much there for Edmonds. We'll move on. Let's see. His length that theoretically let him keep a lot of OL from grabbing onto him. Yes, that's true. It's more a matter of the way he tries to stay in the lane. I love this rep. It's so simple, but it's really important. So Mahomes is going to take the snap right here. Watch Edmonds one-on-one with this running back, and you're just going to see him laterally go stride for stride with the running back. When Mahomes gets pressured, you see him sight up the running back. He wants to hit that flat immediately so that he can get some kind of play out, but there's just no play there. So Mahomes is going to let the moon ball go. But watching Edmonds track his guy in space is electric. I mean, honestly, he is so fast for a guy his size. You watch him, you can see why this guy was a first-round pick. You really can. I don't even know what's left for him to put together, to be honest. If he can just keep going on, if he could just keep playing like he did in Buffalo last year, he's going to be, asking Robert Schmitz whether a linebacker is going to be worth a roughly $20 million deal. I don't want to answer that, but he's at the very least, like you're saying, Bob, he's going to be a premier coverage linebacker in a scheme that craves a premier coverage linebacker. 3rd and 10. Let's see here. Here's our first look at him running the seam route, right? So here is a flat wide receiver coming for a seam route up the sidelines, right? Or not up the sidelines, straight up the seam. And I mean, Edmonds doesn't even have to break into a full back pedal until the guy is even with him, and then he covers him up. He's going to stay on top of him. You could argue that he gets away from him a little bit, but the ball would have to be pretty much perfectly thrown, and even then, this defender would jump on in. So by the time... Now, of course, this is Patrick Mahomes, right? So what does he do? We've got a really, really nice coverage rep downfield, but Mahomes is going to flash. He's going to fire. His receiver is going to break 2 tackles. I couldn't post this one to Twitter because everybody would just talk about the touchdown. I was like, that is ridiculous. I mean, it's one of those like only the Chiefs kinds of things. It's not even, sometimes it feels like Mahomes is truly just blessed because I don't know how Juju gets out of those tackles, but you see the pump fake, the hard stop, the fastball. Juju makes a play after the fact, and suddenly anything that you did, oh shoot, hey, we've got Travis Homer. There we go. Travis Homer just signed with the Chicago Bears. Former Seahawks receiver, it looks like former Seahawks running back right here just signed a 2-year maximum $4.5 million deal. So it's per his agent, Spencer Kenold, who Spencer Kenold just like dropped his name. So you know that maximum is incentive laden. I imagine it's a veteran minimum signing, but it may or may not signal that the Bears are out of the running back market. Anyways, let's stay on Edmonds. So we are homers for Homer, at the very least. Dark Wolf, I would fully expect, Ben, I don't know who he is. Dark Wolf, I would fully expect a drafted kid to come in and replace Montgomery. But I don't know. Maybe Travis Homer shows you something, but it's such a running back heavy league that I just wouldn't be surprised. Darrington Evans may stay on per bat, but it also wouldn't surprise me if Khalil Herbert's going to take over the, let's call it, more primary role. So here's another decent example. Gosh, John, don't even tease me. Charbonnet would be awesome. I would absolutely draft him with one of those top 4 picks because I'm a sadist. It would go against every nerdism ever, but Charbonnet would be so good in this Bears scheme that if you told me we were taking him with 65, I would just be like, oh, whoopsies, I guess we have, right? Let's see, 2-year deal, one of the top CBs on the market. Who is? Man, doing a stream and suddenly everybody wants to make signs. They didn't do anything all day today. It's just during our stream. They're trying to derail us. This is censorship at its finest. Anyways, watch the way Edmonds is going to keep an eye on what's going on to his right. As he watches, he's going to see the potential short throw there. By the time he actually arrives on the scene, Mahomes is getting sacked, which, we would love to see more of in Chicago. Pressure does great things, doesn't it? But all that to say, it's fun watching the way Edmonds moves around. 3rd and 10. Here's a nice one. You guys are going to like this. So I'll let you know ahead of time what's going to happen. I don't remember what happens downfield. It might be a screen. It might be like 4 verts or something like that. But the point is, a bunch of receivers are going to clear out. You're going to see a running back run a halfback angle route, something like this. Edmonds is going to bite a little bit over to this side, and then he's going to dash back, and you're going to watch him catch the running back. And it's this athleticism that if there's anything you're going to take away from this stream, I want you to see how quick Tremaine Edmonds is when he's not being blocked. Here, nice stab, but he's going to grab him, he's going to catch him, and yes, he is short of the line to gain. So 3rd and 10 or not, Tremaine Edmonds is going to get a key stop. And honestly, I think it's Jerick McKinnon. Like, once Edmonds takes the false step this way, a lot of running backs are gone, honestly. But quick plant, hard drive. I mean, look at this fluidity. Drive, single step right there, rockets to his right, doesn't give any ground. In fact, if you watch his angle, he's going to go from the 2 to whatever that is, the 10. So the 12 to the 10. He's going to come forward, make the hit, pull the running back down. Ball even comes loose. It's nice. Watching Edmonds play, I mean, this guy is absolutely flying around. He's absolutely flying around. Let's see here. Another rep where he cuts off a slant. It's an RPO, so obviously the ball doesn't come out. He does, Turu, right? You look at him, you're like, this is the hits guy. This is the hits guy. Here's a blitz. I'll let you watch it from the back angle. So he doesn't get cleanly through, but it's clean enough. Chases down Mahomes as best he can, forces the throwaway. Third and 10. There he is running up the seam until 21 takes it. Once 21 has it, frankly, they kind of split the defense, but that's neither here nor there. Let's see. Oh, Homer's his an ST guy. 5th on the team in special teams tackles per Kevin Fishbane. That makes a lot of sense to me. Let's see. Because there's a couple good reps. And then at some point, we've watched almost a full half of Tremaine Edmonds, and you're getting a feel for who he is. And it's really the goal here, you know? It may take more, honestly, for DJ Moore, because they barely use him. It's a little on the weird side. Oh, this stunned me. I was like, oh, man. You almost want these things to just find a way to be an interception, don't you? Right, Ben? Doesn't everybody? The cut block doesn't come out on 77. But 50's going to get his hands up. Knocks the ball down. There you go. Myrtle, I love it. I'm here for guys that can play, even if they're just playing on special teams. Yeah, you can. I think you can really see where Edmonds is shining here. I mean, you look at that big body, you really think he's going to be some run thumper, but that, like, his coverage ability is flat out singing, and I really like watching him, honestly. Like, we're not going to talk about contracts, because the contract part, honestly, barely matters. I would love for it to matter, but it's not that important in the grand scheme of things, especially given that the Bears are likely going to be going cheap on some of the most important positions on their roster, kind of guys like quarterback, kind of guys like right tackle, left tackle. Both tackles at this stage look to be playing on a very cheap salary. And then they're going to probably grab some edges, defensive linemen. So if they're going to spend on quarterback or like on linebacker and go from there, then who am I to judge? But all it can do is evaluate the player. And I'll tell you what, I really like the way Tremaine Edmonds is playing. Let's see. Do I think they brought, do I think they thought Roquan was equivalent, but when they offered him the same deal, they were pissed about his reaction and decided they'd rather get a pick and overpay on Edmonds? Honestly, Ben, it's tough for me to say. I mean, when I think about what the Bears thought about Roquan, okay, so look, I don't know Roquan. I don't know Roquan personally. And I would never set out to like spread rumors. No, Denzel. We'll do him. I think everybody voted for Walker next, so we'll do Walker, then we'll do more. But so last thing I ever want to do is to spread rumors. But we got to remember that Roquan Smith, as a rookie, held out. This year, he held out. In the offseason, I mean, he's been involved in a bizarre car accident. He missed a game for reasons that we still don't know what they are. There was last season's offseason drama, which I'm literally not even going to mention what it is. Somebody in the comments can, but I'm not going to. I wonder if they liked Roquan. I mean, looking at the trade situation and whatnot, it was never about whether or not they did or didn't value linebacker. I mean, if we didn't know that then, we certainly know that now. Edmonds is bigger. He is as fast or faster. I'm never going to look at you guys and tell you Edmonds is a better player than Roquan Smith, because it's not about better. And frankly, that makes me feel like my Homer hat is on a little bit too tight. It's more to say that Edmonds fits exactly what Matt Eberflus wants in a linebacker. He's 24. He's young. He comes from a defensive head coach tradition that likely grinds his guys really, really hard. And I bet in interviews, they thought he was great. And so they thought, let's hand him the money that we would have handed Roquan. Whereas with Roquan, I wonder if he got along with the team. We talked about this on stream, but sometimes it did not look like he liked the scheme at all. It's one thing to look poor in the scheme. It's another thing to undercut almost every single block that comes your way to the point where you're just not even in your gap. Like, I get it, but I just am not convinced Roquan wanted to be there, especially since weeks into it. Roquan requested a trade. He never rescinded the trade request. I don't know, Ben. I don't know. But football's a lot more complicated than what we try to make it sometimes. And it makes me wonder whether or not Matt Eberflus, his get your track shoes on mentality, ever really got home with Roquan Smith. And frankly, if you told me that any number of the guys from the Ryan Pace regime might not actually like football, or in some case may not like the way that these guys want to coach football, it just wouldn't shock me. I mean, the Nagy Pace era had different values, right? And so I do want to show, before we move on, look at the hips on this, right? Where honestly, Ace, I do wonder that lack of agent had to be exhausting. I don't want this to skip. I love this hip turn right here. Pop, 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 stays in the throwing lane, right? Like, all Edmonds is here to do is to shorten the bucket. Think about it this way. A linebacker that's lost means that you can throw this ball roughly to where Edmonds is, and the linebacker would never get there. The safeties wouldn't get there. You've got it right there. With what Edmonds is doing, he is squeezing all kinds of these spots where this throw has to be perfect or Edmonds will get to it. This throw has to be perfect or Edmonds will get to it. This throw can't just be lazy, or Edmonds may drive his hips and get back to it. There are a lot of things that you'll see with Tremaine Edmonds. Plays pretty much just like this, right? Where Mahomes is going to throw this ball away, where on film, you'll come back on Tuesday, on All-22uesday, anytime next season, and I'll be showing you that Tremaine Edmonds stopped the throw from ever happening. We used to talk about this with Jackson, right? I like to think that all of my Eddie Jackson work may somehow come back to haunt me, as I know, Ben, exactly what I was about to say, that we're going to suddenly be talking about a linebacker and giving him all the credit that I want to give to safeties, because he's functionally doing the same thing. Yeah, lunatic. I mean, honestly, Orlando Brown's actually getting destroyed a good couple of times throughout this game. And this one leaks out, but they're trying to steal points at the end of the half. I actually think they do. But we'll watch just a couple more snaps, because honestly, I really like this game. Yeah, no kidding, right? Let's see. You sure hope that Eddie Jackson's going to be a little bit more free now. It wouldn't surprise me, Scott, to see some running back stuff, but I wonder if they're going to target the third round. They need some beef in the trenches. They need some beef in the trenches really badly, too. But so you'll see that even on these RPOs, like, Edmonds is completely free to go figure out what's going on the coverage, no, the route packages. Yeah, right, Ace? Exactly. Somebody had to cover all that grass. It was Deshaun Gibson. And then he went to San Francisco, and surprise, it turns out Deshaun Gibson can still play. And all the Bears fans went, "You've got to be kidding me. What?" But there you go, right? I want to see a couple more. It's not even that Tremaine Edmonds has like a bunch of absolute sparkler plays. I'd have to go back to the Jets game for that. But like, look at the simple stuff that he does. If he's going to cover the running back, I mean, there's no question he covers the running back, right? Dark Wolf, I would say, I mean, honestly, I would call him a linebacker, like no doubt. The position he plays is what you would call Mike linebacker. It's okay. Somebody said this earlier, and the last thing that I'm going to do is make a comparison between Tremaine Edmonds and a flat out Hall of Famer. But Ben, you're working it from me. It reminds me a lot of what I can remember. I was a much younger man. Frankly, I was like 13, 14. I cannot tell you I knew the intricacies of football then, but it reminds me of Urlacher, where Urlacher was a coverage player that could hit because of how fast he was, right? When Urlacher got you in the open field, he could drive and plant because he was so quick that he could build up a head of steam in a matter of absolutely no time. This is very similar to that same Urlacher-esque coverage linebacker that's just, when he's on his game, Tremaine Edmonds is going to feel like he's absolutely everywhere. And yes, Khalid, everybody that talked about how we signed Travis Homer, we did talk a little bit about that. I wish I could tell you I knew who Travis Homer was. I'm not a football encyclopedia, but it sounds like he's a special teamer, and I'm excited to have special teams. You need special teamers. But John, I would say you say old school linebacker size. I think it's so funny. John, I would tell you, I think that he's very new school. Oh, I get what you mean. Like, I would say that Tremaine Edmonds is the kind of linebacker size. Ooh, now that's interesting. I wonder if they have Brian Urlacher. They do. Let's see. How does he compare to? We want to see this, right? This is something we can all agree that we want to see. Let's see. They've got him at linebacker. I want to get him at linebacker. So he is 6'4", and Edmonds is 6'4.5". Brian came in at 260. Edmonds came in at 253. 40-yard dash, 454. He comes in at Urlacher comes in at 459. So he's an ooch faster. Let's see. Do they have vertical? No, we'd have to compare broad, wouldn't we? And 122. Urlacher is a bit more explosive. So bench press, we've got 19 versus 27. That doesn't surprise me at all. We didn't measure arm length at that point. Bummer. I don't think we ran the shuttle. No, we did not. So let's see. Broad jump, bench press, 40, hand size. Yeah, that's about all we get. But you can see the similarities. Not exactly, but exactly, Ben, right? Where it's like, they're not the same, but in plenty of places they are similar. Evan, you want to take current measurements? Exactly current. Or because it's more, to me, it's more about the prospect piece of it. But so we'll watch just a little bit more, and then we'll switch on over. This is more of Edmonds working with his hands, finding ways to stay free, and then helping make a tackle. He doesn't do nothing in the run game. This reminds me of, honestly, Tremaine Edmonds. Some of my more defensive friends may hate me for saying this. Going from Roquan to Tremaine Edmonds, you're losing next to nothing in the running game. Because Roquan wasn't really a downhill hitter either. So the way that he moves around and stays free wouldn't surprise me if Edmonds could track Kamara side to side as well. So you still have that sideline to sideline speed element that's going to help force running backs in, where he can turn runners and when he's left free can go make tackles. Within the part where he has to stick somebody in the running game, that's not going to be his speed. But thankfully, the Bears are signing other people that can do that. It's not as if he's useless in the running game. His own size, in my opinion, betrays him. Because, like, look at this. Look at this, for crying out loud. Like, Here we're going to go from a full plant of the feet and hips pointed this way and this way, right? But we're going to drive all the way back. We're going to cut the runner off, and we're going to leave them to a 2-yard gain, right? Or I guess that's 3. It is wild watching the way that he is able to just break and drive. And Bob, he definitely backdoor fans a couple of times, but it's not that often. S-Bulls, I tend to agree with you that what I have heard about, I mean, I remember my dad talking about that all the time, that people used to hate on Urlacher for not being able to get off blocks. So I'm not gonna whine about it too much, especially when I can see the clear value. And maybe most importantly, I've tried to talk about this on podcasts, but I don't think I've said it on the channel explicitly yet for all of you guys, who, by the way, you're amazing. Thank you so much for hanging out. If there's ways to improve the stream, always let me know. I always want to. But so one of the things I've talked about before is the cover 2, like is Tampa 2 cover 2, my absolute favorite scheme ever? Probably not. There are other things that I think I would rather run, or at least that I'm more interested in. I'm slowly but surely becoming a quarters guy on defense, and I love the spread on offense. Yes, there's some college elements there, but I'm tinkering with it in the little time that I have. Not the point. The main thing that I want to talk about is when we're running a scheme that I can understand, but maybe I don't love it, I'm not going to fault the coach for bringing in players that are ideal for that scheme. Tremaine Edmonds is ideal for this scheme, and that is enough for me. At least as an independent analyst that's just trying to judge the team as best I can, the Bears are not going to hire Matt Eberflus and then hire or sign linebackers that are going to play in a different style. This is the goal. And Edmonds fits everything that they could want in a cover 2 linebacker. I mean, this is maybe his one play of the game where maybe you want to do something else. But I mean, can't you clearly see zone right here? And Kelsey just drifts behind them, and Mahomes laces a beautiful ball over Edmonds' head. It's really like the only mistake that I saw from Edmonds within this game. So we'll see. Like, it's nice. I don't know. I like the signing. Obviously, it's the Bears' biggest splash signing. Exactly, Ben. He was on the underneath guy. Like, I get that he's being split between both zones right there. But so, exactly. Now we've got an insane traits guy, plays a finesse game for both sides of the ball. Oh, are you talking about Claypool? Then Casey gets, I think it's Juju on the run again. We can't finish this game, so we're not going to. But RPO stuff is always going to be hell on a middle linebacker. When the quarterback executes it right, there's just not a ton you can do. We'll finish this drive. Claypool is an interesting one, Grant. We're not going to go on a diatribe within there. I'll tell you, he's got to fix his timing. The more I've dwelt on it, the more I've gone back and watched those. Claypool is never going to have an issue with traits. Claypool's got the size. Claypool's got the physicality. Claypool's got the strength. Claypool's got the speed. The issue right now is that everything we've ever talked about JSN on this channel, about getting open and getting open right on time within the offense, Claypool isn't doing that. And Ben, you mentioned, didn't Claypool look better? He looked physically better, right? He looked bursty. He looked shaky. He looked like he could get open. But it's worth mentioning that Fields didn't look his way. Him and Fields, at the very least, did not seem to get along. You would have expected that within the time that they had, that they would have found a bit of a connection down the line. Now, I'm not going to say, Ben, that I know for sure one way or another. It's more that as I've gone back and watched it, I've wanted to see those same positive flashes, and we looked for the positive flashes in the player, and we could find them in the player, but in the relationship and within the offense, I wonder what's going on. Now, he's got a whole off season. There's plenty of stuff there. Like, and even better, Claypool right now really just has to be the number 3 option, right? Maybe, just maybe, he has to be better than we want him to be a good 2, but Darnell Mooney has shown us that with a number 1 on top of him, he can play the 2 role quite well. And so I'm not that worried about the Bears passing game between DJ Moore, who we will see his film in a little bit, but if I could just say a name to get you guys excited, DJ Moore is the NFL version of what Chris Olave was for Justin Fields at Oklahoma State. Like the outside receiver, just so you can see it here, the outside receiver that is going to punish you at everywhere but the short area of the field. And Darnell Mooney can play really pretty well from the slot and the intermediate area of the field. Hang on, I need to draw this. So we got the purple right here. Like if those are DJ Moore's hot zones, if you will. Let me see. I set up a hotkey for this, but I don't know how to do it. Then Darnell Mooney is the kind of guy where there will be a little bit of overlap, but Darnell Mooney is going to punish you less at the deeper zones, but a little bit more at these intermediate zones. So you've got most of the areas of your offense covered, and then if Claypool can come in from there and add just about any juice, you'll have a potent offense, or at least fairly potent. Thanks so much, Courtney, for subscribing. Great to see you. Nice. Love the like count. We truly, not only am I thankful, but you always got to acknowledge it, right? Mooney does get open as he should. I would tell you, Turu, that last year defenses trailed Mooney. So when Mooney went inside, the defense shifted inside. When Mooney went outside, the defense shifted outside. Mooney, they were basically just following him because that was all that he was really the only guy that was going to do anything productive in the passing game. Cole Kmet's also there. We don't have to be the biggest Cole Kmet homers on the channel to acknowledge that he's pretty solid. Akusai, I cannot believe you're late. You're one strike away from getting banned, pal. It's bummer to see Key head off the market, but what can you do? This is a really nice play by Edmonds. Watch him right here. Like, here you're going to see him play the underneath, spy the fact that he's got somebody coming over the top of him with his eyes right there. He sees it. He stays in position, catches the crosser coming right there. So he covers 3 routes with decent positioning, hangs on to Travis Kelce until he has to rock it off, gets off, helps his team make the tackle. Productive linebacker play, right? Turu, I would say so. Like, he definitely was trailed and treated like the number one. And so then I believe the Chiefs have to, let's see, it's 3rd and 3. I don't remember if they get in. Yeah, pretty much, Ben. Do they? Yeah, of course they do. It is wild watching some of these throws. I hope Justin Fields can learn to make throws like this, because for crying out loud, when you've got a big, long linebacker right here and you've got a defender draped on the ultimate touchdown target and your quarterback just rips it and fits the ball into a hole that does not exist around another linebacker, or like around another oncoming rusher, that is just a silly kind of confidence. I mean, look at number 3 here coming downhill, because I think he tries to get into the throwing lane. It is just silly what 15 can and will do. Boom. Man, that is crazy. It's the crazy part is that it is pretty ho-hum for at least what he does, right? Like, just step up and rip the ball. It's just really, really, really pure quarterbacking play. But anyways, so you guys have wanted some DeMarcus Walker. I will warn you, he's, again, the only guy I haven't actually watched before. So we're going to watch him either against Indianapolis. We're going to watch him against Green Bay. Heck yeah. Why wouldn't we watch him against Green Bay, right? So let's see. I don't even know what number he is, so let's go ahead and figure that out. You know what? I like doing spider charts, so let's do DeMarcus Walker mock draft double. Not that athletic. There you go. Right. Now, does that mean he's going to stink? No. But it does mean that we're going to want to watch him. He's heavier than obviously most of the other DEs at his area. I wonder what he is for D lineman. Relatively athletic if you take him off of the D lineman chart, but obviously his weight comes down a little bit. So that's complex, right? Let's see. Mont Jones, mock draftable. It's a good catch, Scott. So, Draymond, this is him on D lineman. And then this is DeMarcus Walker on D-line. Actually, that's a good call-out, Scott. They're surprisingly similar. So then let's take a look here. This is DeMarcus Walker. Looks like he wears number 95. All right, so we'll take a look for that. Is that him in the 2-up position? Or is that him right there? There he is. Right here. Hold that edge. Yeah, David. That 2019 draft wasn't really great at the time. And definitely isn't good now. D-end film is going to be awfully different. Not because the Titans run a completely different scheme, but it looks like the Titans are in a little bit more of a 3-4. So I'm just not going to be surprised if we can only see so much. I expect this guy to be a rotational defender, which it looks like he is. He's already off the field. So he played one snap, and they said good enough and rotated him out. Yeah, he didn't give up any ground, which we love to see. The Bears are a lot more bodies than just him away, as obviously we know. Right, and then is that him flipping to the other side? Do we see a little flash of versatility? Maybe. Nah, he's just not on the field. I think that's him on the edge. Was any of this him? So this is where watching a rotational defensive lineman is more stale than you realize, because it's like, okay. How often is he going to play? I sure hope he didn't get hurt. Oh, no, I think that's him on the right now. Right? It is. Oh, Julian, if that's all you want to watch, I don't blame you. Yeah, white shoes. The white shoes are helpful. Quick out. By the way, I know you've probably all heard the Rodgers situation talked to death. How wild is that? Like, how crazy is Aaron Rodgers openly GMing for New York? Because I think it is downright silly. I can't think of a time when I've seen this before, and the last time I thought I saw a quarterback pulling the strings like this, I mean, it was when Aaron Rodgers did this last year with Green Bay. I mean, that was the only time, like when Aaron Rodgers openly orchestrated a trade for Randall Cobb last year. I was like, what on earth is happening? And then now we see more. What on earth is happening? I mean, Ace, you say that the Jets are embarrassing themselves. I hope they keep doing it, because I'll tell you right now, call me crazy, but if the Jets, because we just saw they signed Allen Lazard, if they bring in Mercedes Lewis, if they bring in Randall Cobb, where does Elijah Moore go? And I mean, how expensive could he really be? Right? If you could get a Denzel Mims or a Elijah Moore for really, really cheap off of the Jets scrap heap, because obviously they're going to keep Garrett Wilson. I mean, I'm here for it. Like, that's a good player that the Bears could find a place for within their offense. But yeah, exactly. Right, Akusai? David, I don't know if that was. Let me see. Let me take a look. Just because I think you were watching 94. Again, this is where watching a rotational rusher sucks. Yeah, that's not Walker. That's 94. So if I skip through a play, at least it's because I didn't think I saw 95. I think 95's back on the field now. When is Rodgers going to mini? Exactly. Here he is. going up against 69. Okay, you can see a little juice. Look, I'm not here to act like Walker is better than he is. Whatever we see, right? But I'll tell you, it's nice seeing any talent at all. The Bears were so bereft last year. It is nice seeing any juice whatsoever. Is he a better pass rusher than Jaquan Brisker? I don't know, Julian. We got a pretty sweet number of sacks from Jaquan Brisker last year. I'm hearing that they're thinking about converting him to edge. No, they're not. That's a Jamal Adams joke. But so, let's see. Man, the Titans really are not playing him much. No kidding, Ben. You can see how he had 7, honestly. Like, he's got, solid burst. Like, he seems like he's got a solid swim move. He had the most productive, for what it's worth, yeah, right, B-Team? I bet you're insulted. That I don't love watching Mike Pennell. But guess what, bucko? I don't like watching Mike Pennell. I don't want to see Mike Pennell playing one tech for my football team. I said it. Cancel me. I'm already blocked by Sam Mustipher. You can't hurt me. I'm blocked on Twitter by Sam Mustipher. His family was really weird during the Bears season. I don't know if I will ever forget that. The whole, very clearly Sam Mustipher's family's burners. In some way, shape, or form, drama. That was what? Let's see, George, we never watched which Mike. Let's see, yeah, what? Exactly, Donald. Tony should be awesome. I don't know if he's going to end up a Bear, but it would be awesome if he did. Because he can play. Oh, yeah, we never watched Mike. That Mike. Gotcha. It would be hilarious if we drafted PJ Mustipher. See? You take DeMarcus Walker off the field, Aaron Rodgers throws a touchdown on you. I'm not saying. I'm just saying. Man, don't you love a good contested catch? And, of course, it's Watson. Mondo, I know Kalijah Kancey will be there. It's worth mentioning. Okay, so look, these spider charts that I like are not literally everything, right? But Kalijah Kancey mock draftable. Let's go back to this. It's worth remembering that Kalijah Kancey, as interior defensive linemen go, profiled as extremely short and extremely light. So then you go look at it, and you're like, okay, he's not even 6'1", and he's 280, right? And the main reason I point that out is because Kalijah Kancey, it may not be the 3 tech you think he is. He could be. Don't get me wrong. He could be. But this, to me, looks like a guy playing out of position. You put him at defensive line, and suddenly his weight makes a little more sense because there's all kinds of defensive linemen, right? But he's so small that I can't help finding myself thinking the Bears are going to want more length, right? And that's something that really matters to them. I tend to think that they're going to want... You got to remember, okay, so let's use an example. DeForest Buckner, mock draftable. Was she as fast, Bob? But so here's DeForest Buckner compared to defensive ends. Let's see Kalijah Kancey compared to... Can I do this? Let's go defensive ends. So Kancey's weight becomes normal, but his height is still... Does that say the 0th percentile? Because it might. DeForest Buckner is 290, but he's 6'7". He's got the absolutely astoundingly long arms that you would expect of a Flus favorite. This is more the guy they want, which I know we're going off of a teeny tiny, tangent. We'll get back to the film, trying to make these faster, but it's never to dunk on whoever mentioned it. It's more to point out that I don't think Ji'Ayer has the size profile that Eberflus and polls are going to look at. Now, let me see. I'm just going to hit to the right. Which Wilson? Outside of the height, Adebaware matches. He's got enough size. He's got relatively good weight. If they don't mind the height piece of that, Adebaware makes some sense at 3-tech based on similar stuff we're talking about, because the measurement piece of his game was just astounding. Now, does everything really come down to height, weight, arm length, and measurables? No. And Adetomiwa Adebaware is much better than just what he's able to do on this kind of thing. It's more to say that no, we can't, Bob. I'm very interested to see what kind of player they're going to work with, but I don't think it's going to be a guy like Ji'Ayer. Julian, would I like Van Ness at 9? If they don't do anything to their offensive line, I would not. Adetomiwa. Let me see. Oh, we've also got him an edge. I wonder what happens if we switch him to defensive end. He actually gets shorter, it looks like, but the rest of everything sits or fits. But so, let me see. I feel like they need offensive line if we stick exactly where we are now. But so, going back to Walker, let's see if we can at least find a couple more reps. We got no white shoes there. As you guys know, we'll do more draft content later. I hope everybody's enjoying the stream, all 173 of you. See, we're holding on to a solid little viewership base because finally the Bears have something to talk about. I remember we had a decent viewership base going on at the start of the season, and then the Bears got so bad so fast that nobody was there. No, I don't think it was. I'm looking for white shoes, and I'm looking for that really long sprinter stance. And Mondo, you're totally right that Ji'Ayer is an embodiment of a lot of the hits principles, but I know they like size. I know they like size. Size matters. Can't say size doesn't matter with this regime. And he's so small. Oh, I got you, Mondo. Last thing I'm trying to do is make fun of anybody. Let's see. Donald, you think Schmidt will be gone before we pick in the second? Are we talking Schmitz? Because you've spelled it wrong. And I would know because he spells it like I do. Not only that, John Michael Schmitz. My younger brother's name, Michael Schmitz. He's not an offensive lineman for Minnesota. But it is funny because I know some people that will, instead of saying John Michael Schmitz, they will just say Michael Schmitz. And I'm like, stop. Spell it right. Put some respect on that name. Anyways, let's see. Donald, it wouldn't surprise me if he doesn't. I just think he'll drop out of like the first. Let's see. Do we got a 2-year deal for Yannick Ngakoue? Is that what I'm hearing? Sean, I'm reacting to you. Let's see. Or are you suggesting we want a 2-year deal for Yannick? Let's see. Oh, that's your hope. I gotcha. Thank you, someone else. I appreciate that. But so, Sean, I'll tell you. But so, let's see. No, I don't think Yannick is much of a 4-3 end. I hate to burst the bubble. Like, he can rush passer. Bears, God knows they need pass rush. But we've actually talked about him a little bit. Yeah, big brother, we did. Ain't that something? Ain't that something to see? You've got David Montgomery now. You take care of him, okay? But so, yeah, so did I, Donald. I was like, all right, stream over. Did Yannick Ngakoue sign? But so, the Bears have some options. Honestly, they need a defensive tackle. Like, the Bears need one of these guys right here really, really badly. More so than, because I think they've got now a rotational piece out there, but it also doesn't help anything that you got to remember. Yannick is basically, A'Shawn Robinson, I think, is a really solid get. It's worth remembering that the Bears, where they are right now, like, they don't need a wide nine specialist. Calais Campbell would be interesting, but he's so old. I mean, you take a look at, right, John? You take a look at where the Bears want to be playing, and it seems as if all of their free agent signings are young on purpose. I mean, we've talked a lot about on this stream about how the Bears have a future-oriented mindset, and their free agency class certainly seems to. Man, Walker isn't playing at all. Hang on. Let's see. Let's go DeMarcus Walker stats. Because I usually use this to check who's, like, how much these guys played, but I didn't look at snap percentage. So let's see. Green Bay. Oh man, he plays a rough 19% snaps. Okay, so that is not much to speak of now, is it? Let's see. Can we get do I have a game where he plays a little more? Because honestly, like, we've got an idea, but I can't say for sure. We know 31% of snaps, 49% of snaps. What game is it? It's 12-11. 12-11. Okay. 49% of snaps. We'll see it. Let's see. Do I think Borum as a future as a swing offensive lineman? Good question. I don't know. It honestly depends on what the Bears want to do. I think Borum may very well be a swing offensive lineman in a West Coast scheme, right? But I don't know if he's going to be a swing offensive lineman in this Bears scheme. Got to remember, this happens. Every time you get a coaching change, you get a whole lot of players that flat don't fit, right? Former role players that are not going to move over well. And they don't in many of these cases. Like, Borum is very similar to me to Juwan Taylor. All right, so this looks like 95 right here. He's got some sweet shoes, sweet little, like, yellow shoes. Looks like he was inside there. He gets, like, low in his stance. And he's playing inside a decent amount. I wonder if they would stick him at 3-tech at the moment. You got to remember that they haven't cut Justin Jones. Whenever we did all of our projections, we used to cut Whitehair and Justin Jones. They have done neither of those. So far, it seems as if the Bears have plans to utilize the fact that Justin Jones, exists. So maybe Walker here will be playing defensive end. But, yeah, right, Ron? He's got the look. You look good, you feel good. You feel good, you play good. But I imagine he'll be playing end, at least for now. But then, Bob, like you're saying, they may rotate him to 3-tech, but it wouldn't surprise me if they're gonna stick Justin Jones at 3-tech as things currently stand. Eric, maybe Whitehair would be a post June 1st, but for who? Like, who would be taking his spot right now? Would it be Eric Kramer? Would it be Ji'Ayer Carter? I feel like, Ben, we're seeing a player that's got some ability, but we're seeing next to none of his snaps. Honestly, Terps, I don't know if I want him to be Al-Qadim Muhammad on running downs. Oh, he got benched. This is no fun. Okay, take a look here. Looks like the left guard's going to fall down, and the right guard, it's the left guard, right guard, and then the right tackle. No, it's the tight end here. He's just going to punk him over the top. That's a rough life. Let's see. Now we've got him like true inside. Here he is at like 1 technique. I don't know if you'd exactly call that a pressure. No, that's a 3. That's 3 technique. Ends up in the gap. He's got, like, create a player vibes in terms of how he dresses. Nothing wrong with it. Khalid, there are a couple tackles worth taking in the second round. The problem right now is figuring out who's actually going to be in the second round. Oh, I knew what you meant. I knew you meant offensive tackle. There's a lot of guys that I really do think will belong. It's a matter of how far they fall. because it depends on how far guys like Juwan Jones and Darnell Wright and Matthew Bergeron and all kinds of the other tackles that are out there are like, how far down the board are these guys really going to tumble? Because it may not be as far as people realize. So if there's an early run on tackles, then obviously the second round could be a little bit tougher pickings. It's part of why, if the Bears come into it with a clear need, I'd rather they just drafted Paris Johnson and figured it out from there. Okay, so we can push the pocket a little bit. Here's a solid rep from 95 over on this side, where it looks like he's going to, at the very least, finish his man. Come on. Okay, so jolt inside, engage the guard, leave one man in your wake, counter bench somebody, and then nice throw and catch on that side. Looks like by him and Kirk. Yeah, see, we're getting some solid reps in this game. Oh, there we go. Oh! There's no way that's not a flag, right? Is that tackle legal? Because it's not a horse collar? I guess you can kind of grab somebody by the neck, huh? So this is a nice display of strength. It's against a tight end who you would expect a defensive end to beat, but all the same, big rip, a little bit of a hold. Looks like he actually draws a hold because we see the flag come out immediately. So good on our guy Walker there. He comes out of the game. Immediately they give up a 13-yard out. Donald, would you take Darnell Wright at 9? I'll tell you, at least what I'm seeing when I watch Darnell Wright is, I think Darnell Wright is a better version of Orlando Brown. I mean, he can't move. This is a guy that could get a 55 in speed in Madden, which may not matter to you, but it's going to matter to polls, because I don't think he can run outside zone. He is a really, really good tackle. Love seeing this, by the way. Okay, so you'll check this out. You'll see this inside left arm, or this inside right arm, is going to establish itself, and he's going to set the edge. The Bears need a decent edge setter, if nothing else. I'd like him in the second round too, Donald. I just think he's going to be in the late first. We're losing viewers, people. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. It's getting late and we're watching a rotational lineman. Hey, he got the most votes. What am I supposed to do? Like, I thought I was cheating picking Tremaine Edmonds. We're going to talk about, we're going to need to switch to DJ Moore here soon, but I feel like you got to get a requisite amount of right film. No, it's not, is it? It's DeMarcus Walker film, or else I can't be listening to the people, right? Oh, Scott, the diehards will always be here, and I love you guys. Like, you guys are, like, everybody matters. Everybody matters, flat out. Let's see. Ooh, is this a little bit of pocket flush? Man, the Bears haven't seen pressure in an entire year. Mondo, Nate Davis tape is coming, but if you voted for him, you might have been the only one. Because I didn't see a lot of threes. I saw every other number, just about. And I frankly think the money is guiding a lot of what people wanted to see, because the fact that everybody wanted to see so much of, the fact that nobody wants to see, hang on, what do we got here? Oh, the fact that nobody wants to see, TJ Edwards shows that, or it shows in all kinds of these. Oh man, what words am I looking for? Let me put my thoughts in order. Oh, the fact that nobody wants to see TJ Edwards shows that people are looking at the fact that TJ Edwards got paid less and assuming that means he's a lesser player, and that's just not the case. Like, he's an awesome player. Let's see, can I do both players at once? Carlos, I would love to, but I don't know how I would do that. TJ rules. Is that just what you want to do, Scott? But we will do Nate Davis. I like Nate Davis' pass blocking. Got to tell you, like, I've watched one game, so we could watch another game. We could take a risk, but we could, yeah. Okay, I like that, John. We're going to take a moment of silence here. I'm going to let some tape roll, but Jack Sanborn's starting spot, R.I.P. It was short-lived, Jack, but truly you were the best of us. You will now start at Sam Linebacker, and I'm sure you will do a Sam good job of it, if you get my drift. But for a moment, you were the starting Will linebacker, and now you are a starting sub-package linebacker, and it's still a great career, like already as a UDFA, but hey, that's true. Larry's, you're hitting it. Jack Sam born. I mean, it's right there. He was born to play Sam. All right, so I think I've found why Walker can't play. He's dating Margot Robbie. Look, but so this may or may not be why he's not playing 3-tech. Boom. And I mean, absolutely rocked off the line. Joe, honestly, I see it. The difference is the years in the league. Yeah, right. Exactly, Grant. Not to mention the years in the league is one thing, but Edwards' play recognition is really what sets him apart. I'll tell you with an honest opinion that, Joe, I thought that TJ Edwards right now looks like Danny Trevathan did back in 2016, 2017, 2018. I mean, he's just really, really, really quick to the ball. Not because of his feet. That's more Tremaine Edmonds, right? But because he sees the play and he just knows what it is. It may be that him and Gannon got along really well. Obviously, Gannon didn't make like a huge bid to sign him, but you can tell based on the way Edwards plays that he plays with his head up and his head in a tablet in plenty of cases, because he knows where that ball's supposed to go, which is awesome. Like, really great. I mean, like you're saying, Joe, football IQ, it really helps him in both coverage and fitting the run. And he is a powerful run fitter. I mean, he'll take, so you remember when we were just talking about Edmonds and you'd see that a lineman would drive him back. They can't move TJ Edwards. At least it seems that way. Here we go. One last rep from Walker. Active hands. Certainly Walker is trying. I don't know if he's really getting anywhere. But we got a really good 30 pressures off of playing roughly 40% of snaps. He's a piece on the defensive line. The Bears have a piece. They have a piece. They need 1, 2, probably 3, 4 more pieces. So they got a little while, right? A piece of the puzzle. We can watch, let's see. There's no way I actually segmented this out, right? I did? Okay, let's see. Is this him in the run game? You know what? All right. I will do this for the Davis fans because it's really fast. I want to cover DJ Moore. I have a lot of DJ Moore that I want to talk through. So let's see. I've got Davis. Is it this one? I cut this earlier. Here's Davis as a pass blocker. Right? Let me see. Does this actually show? Good. Perfect. Okay. Davis is right here. He's number 64. Right? But so here he is as a pass blocker in 43 seconds against Packers. I love the fact that, do we have 200 viewers? Yes. Love you guys. You guys are killing it. Yes. Yeah, you'll catch it on the VOD. Scott, I'll be right here with you. But so, watch active hands, really, really solid base. I would slow it down if I could, but that's not where we are right now. I love the way he keeps his head up. I'll let you guys watch this reel just a couple times so we can really see it. But not only does he fight well against guys like Kenny Clark and the rest of the Packers linemen, but you're going to see that he keeps his head up to catch stunts really, really nicely. And I'm a huge, huge fan of that. Specifically, take a look at 64 on this first play, right? Where you're going to see him fight, realize the stunt's coming, hard switch, get to the next guy, big play downfield. Not to mention, when he does have to engage one-on-one, like he does against 64, establishes his hands quickly, keeps his base, rides his guy back into the pocket. Good hand fight right there with, I think that's, Devontae Wyatt. Then right here, you're going to see him ride his man straight on out into the pocket. Then I think on this play, he deals with him. Yeah, there he stops Kenny Clark, 97. I think that's Kenny Clark, if memory serves. Then this one right here, I liked it because he keeps a hand on him, but you'll see him. Did we catch this? The main reason I wanted this one in the reel is because watch him hit 97, set him on the center, and look at where his head is looking. He's watching for a blitzer. He's watching for a stunter. He wants to make sure that edge is as accounted for as it's going to be. I love the head-up attitude. Is Nate Davis the most athletic player that you've ever seen? Not really. CJ, you ask, what are Davis's weaknesses? I'm glad you ask. They're simpler than you think they are. It is the fact that you guessed it, Davis, mock, draftable. It is the fact that Nate Davis is just wrong guy. This happens every time. It's just an okay athlete, right? Arm length, not long, not tall, not fast, not agile, not explosive, right? Then you watch him in the run game and you see basically the same thing. I mean, here's another quick look. These are good and these are bad plays that are all cut together from the Packers game. I hope this works for you guys. Very short look at Nate Davis instead of getting to see him over the course of a whole game with a bunch of freeze frames. But you could tell that Davis is a functional run blocker. But even right there, can we see this? Davis isn't charging. When Davis makes contact, it's straight up and down, but it's a functional run block off of a pull. Davis can run you an outside zone. He's not going to make any superhero run blocks like this run block. That's a good run block. I believe the third clip isn't as kind, where, he just gets dunked on the ground. But Davis gets in the way. Even this play, not a bad example, where you're going to see Davis get ripped right on by, but it helps create a hole. Davis is the kind of guy that isn't afraid of getting chucked on the ground or getting thrown around if it gets him the block that he needs. And you shouldn't be either. He's not the kind of guy that you're expecting to hit a Superman block every time. He's not an ultra run game warrior, but he's a solid guard. Honestly, he's just a very stout and solid guard. And Grant, that's a great way to put it. I feel like you probably heard that from your offensive line coach. And I appreciate you bringing that to the channel. If he's in the way, we're on our way. And that's the goal. With Nate Davis, you're not really going to see... It's not about weaknesses. My understanding is that his pass blocking isn't amazing. I'm sure there are some better defensive tackles that have torn him up at times. A lot of good defensive tackles tear a lot of guys up. But at least from what I have seen, you're talking about this is the lineman that everybody thinks is the average lineman in the NFL. And it's a lot harder to find that average lineman in the NFL than you think it is. And Davis is one of those kinds of guys. Let's see. He does get to the right side of the block each time, unlike Whitehair. There's one actually I had to leave out, Ben, because it flat out wasn't fair, where Davis didn't even get to a reach block, but the reach block was absolutely crazy hard to hit. And so I just felt bad and didn't leave it in the reel. But let's watch some receiver. We gotta watch some receiver, right? Let's see. Do we think we'll draft more DL or OL this draft? I think it's gonna be tough. I think, honestly, there's a decent chance you're going to see both. So I do have to give everybody a bit of a fair warning. You're going to have to watch Sam Darnold play quarterback. And I can assure you it's better than watching Baker Mayfield play quarterback within this Carolina Panthers offense. But I do have to just give everybody a bit of a trigger warning that we are about to watch Sam Darnold play quarterback. And that is going to hurt. So everybody just go ahead and get ready. Honestly, let's take a quick water break really fast. I will, let's see. How do I do that? Yeah, we're going to add an ad at that spot right there. But I'm going to grab some water really fast because I am absolutely drying out. And then it won't take me long at all, and I'll be right back. BRB, guys. Needed it. Eric, honestly, I'm super interested to see what happens. Because if Carter does drop, Carter would be a fabulous, yeah, no kidding. Damo, that's the hard part, right? You're terrible offense vets, and this is still going to hurt, honestly. Eric, I'm curious to see what'll happen, because if the Bears do get the chance to draft Jalen Carter and they like him enough to draft him, it's worth it. I mean, you got to have an answer to Fields this year, right? Like, it's not fair to Justin Fields, but you've got to have an answer to Fields this year. And if you don't fix up the line enough, then do you get the info you need? I mean, I don't know, right? But I hope Fields gets the opportunity. Like, I would rather see the Bears invest on offense, whatever that looks like. If that means JSN, I doubt it. But if that means JSN, then there you go. If that means Paris Johnson, great. If that, I don't know if there's a right answer, but I do think that there are some wrong answers. And in my opinion, one of the wrong answers right now is stacking the defense. I think it makes a lot more sense to add second round, late second, early third round quality defensive talent than it does to add late second, early third round talent offensive players. But we'll see what happens. I mean, if they did that, for instance, you mentioned, because Bennett, you mentioned Bijan Robinson. As helpful as Bijan Robinson would be, I think that you'd be surprised at how comparable Zach Charbonnet would be. Honestly, John, you mentioned Dalton Kincaid. I don't know if Dalton Kincaid. I don't want to hate on Kincaid. It's not about hating. It's more like first round quarterbacks or first round tight ends are so hard to use that I just don't know if it's going to help as much as, say, alignment is. Let's see, Spectre, you mentioned that yes, I do think it's more helpful to get a good wide receiver than it is to get a good offensive lineman, and I stand to that. The main problem, Spectre, with that this year is that the Bears' offensive line or the Bears wide receivers got a big boost with DJ Moore. Like, now that we're sitting here with DJ Moore, Darnell Mooney, Chase Claypool, sure, do they need a JSN? Yeah, why wouldn't they? Do they need a Quentin Johnston? Would love to add one. But there's so many other positions on the roster that need help that I think that you start to turn in that direction. What the Bears really need is like a Michael Wilson. Yes, it's my draft crush, but tell me that they don't need the incarnation of Allen Lazard. Right? Like, if they could get the young and cheap version of Allen Lazard to come into this offense, grow into the role, and if and when Claypool leaves next year, take over that X, but also like blocking slot, like ESB plus, wouldn't you want it? I would want it. That fits the Bears like a glove. And yeah, exactly, John. Michael Wilson in like the 4th round or something like that totally fits. And that's a player that I'm absolutely looking at. Maybe you get A.T. Perry if he falls far enough. And like you're talking about, it's like, or Prabat, it isn't in a vacuum. And if you are developing a bit of a log jam at the receiver position, you pivot to somewhere else for a year. And then you come back and you draft somebody in 2024, where ideally the Bears have 2 first-round picks, and Fields has shown that he's worth the investment to use both of those first-round picks on the rest of the team. There's a lot of ways that the Bears could go with this, but let's watch some DJ Moore. And I mean, almost immediately. So what you're going to be watching for is number 2, right? Could I see Pulse trading down in the 3rd round? Maybe, CJ. But I'll tell you what, the fact that they've got 4 picks in the top 65, I would think that they would want to use it and, quote unquote, think of it as a 3rd, 2nd rounder. The main thing that I think that they may trade back for is trading back at 9. Where they could go as low as 16, 17, depending on what it is. Because take a guy, for instance, you're going to move back. You may lose Paris Johnson, but if you get Broderick Jones, you'll be okay, right? It's not that I love Paris. Paris is a really good tackle prospect. I think Paris, honestly, is underrated. That guy has 36-inch long arms. Conceptualize that, right? Paris Johnson's arms are a full 3 feet. It's normal for a tackle to have 33.5-inch arms. His are 2.5 inches longer. Really measure that, right? Like, that's a good this much longer, which is a big deal in real human living. Like, it honestly is, isn't it, Sean? Bob, I think let's put it this way. There's a healthy difference, but a good tackle is a good tackle. I think, Bob, if you asked me, Bob, You get a couple positions in football, and I'm going to give you 3 positions where you can get a guy in the top 5. And then I'm going to give you 3 positions where you can get a guy in the top 20. And then I'm going to give you 3 positions where you get a guy in the, or you get a guy that's outside of the top 20 at his position, right? You're going to go through, and obviously you'll take a quarterback or with that top 5 group. You want a top 5 quarterback. You want a top 5 receiver, even just one, right? That's a big deal. You don't need a top 5 tackle. You need a top 20 tackle. You need, yes, because Eric, I hear you that you want an OT, but I would tell you that I think you want QB, wide receiver, defensive tackle, probably. You probably want a 3 tech, or because the interior linemen are so popular right now, or you'd want an edge rusher. The guys who are really dominant. It's not to say that you don't want good linemen. Hear me. It's more to say that you want linemen that are good, right? You want them to be good. But do you need that lineman to be great? That's where things change. Trent Williams is awesome. Leveraging all of the offensive potential that a Trent Williams brings you is hard because that's just one lineman. I mean, if your left guard and your center can't block, the fact that your wide receivers even, if the rest of the team doesn't block well, your investment in that left tackle position gets out of hand. Whereas Justin Jefferson, it's not as hard to get value out of him. But that's all just talk. Make sure you're watching number 2 here. I think that's him. What you're going to see... Oh, man. I have to watch at least a couple plays before I pull the spider chart up. So that's what we're going to do. DJ Moore gets out on basic play action bootleg. At this point in the season, it's week 14. And I will tell you that if you're watching DJ Moore's blocking... He doesn't put in a ton of effort in the blocking piece of this game. He seems pretty done. You got to remember, this is post rule. This is post quarterback change 2 times. Surtain is on him an awful lot, BG, and he's gonna silly him. Honestly, Surtain has a horrible game against DJ Moore. But so, let's see, Carter or Paris at 9. Are you asking me? Right now, I'd pick Paris because the Bears offense needs it really badly. Jacob, I don't know. It's a great question, honestly. I think a lot of people would take Carter. I'm of the opinion that if Carter falls all the way to 9, that there might be a huge problem because I agree with you, Eric, that they need that 3 tech, but I don't mind waiting for a year, defensively speaking. Whereas I don't think the Bears can afford to go into this season with major question marks because you got to remember, a lot of people are penciling in Jenkins to start. I think Jenkins is a huge question mark. We're talking about a guy who hasn't finished either of his first 2 professional seasons, and he left last season on a cart, right? And Eric, I struggle to trust that. And if it's me, I would rather have bona fides where you're still starting a 5th round sophomore at one of these tackle spots. So we've already got enough trouble, right? But then we've got Cody Whitehair, who has been exclusively declining, right? We've got Nate Davis, who I like. We've got Tevin Jenkins, who is all over the place. And then we've got nothing at right tackle right now. So as it stands today, I have to take the tackle. But Eric, if we're talking next week and the Bears have added a Cameron Fleming, or they've added an Isaac Samolo, or they've added all kinds of things on the offense, or even just one player, one decent starter, one C-, C+ player on the offensive line, I feel better. We could take Carter now. Right? But you're asking me today. And today I say, if the defense sucks for another year, so be it. Because right now I have to take the tackle. But that's what the rest of free agency is for. Anyways, while we're at this latest break, I do want to show you, if you haven't seen it, DJ Moore mock draftable. And no, I'm sure for anybody out there that thinks it's bizarre that we look at this, I think these athletic testing numbers really matter. I know I've said it before, and RIP me for saying it again. I'm slowly but surely becoming not dissimilar from a Packers scout, where I have a bunch of athletic thresholds in my head about where I want guys to be. I want my receivers to be probably about 6 foot. I want my receivers to I want my receivers to have really good explosiveness numbers. And when you look at DJ Moore, I mean, what test are you seeing here that you don't like? I mean, the way that he's able to move, I want to point out that you're going to see all of this. He looks like he is sleepwalking past people because DJ Moore is stunningly fast for how easy, honestly, he makes a lot of football look. Like, you don't always see him at full gait, and yet there he will be just running past people. And yeah, Hitesh, RAS score doesn't mean you can play football, but when you can play football and you have a high RAS score, you tend to be pretty dominant. And it's fun watching DJ play, but the main thing I wanted you to know as we go into this is watch for all the explosiveness, watch for all the athleticism. You will see plenty of it. So let's dig into some tape. And remember, ironically enough, this game DJ Moore is playing in, he's going to spend a lot of time going up against Patrick Surtain. Why does that matter? Because if you like narratives and storylines, Patrick Surtain is exactly the player that Justin Fields was effectively traded or like passed on for. Yeah, no kidding, right, John? This is one of those blocks that I tend to think was a smidgen of a business decision from DJ. Now, it would have been a tough dig out had DJ just sprinted to this spot and dug out Jackson, but he didn't do it. I'm not bothered. I assume that if the Bears traded for him, that he's going to get on board. And frankly, if my outside receiver doesn't really get with the blocking piece, then whatever, leave him on the outside and get the other receivers that are a little bit more gung-ho about blocking to do it for you. So here's a great example. It's an incompletion, but I mean, look at how easily he's just going to run past his guy. I mean, this is some really solid separation. Like, now that we see them even, a better throw that's on time gives him all kinds of separation within this. Like, easy. Now, Darnold is way late on a lot of these plays. Like, a lot of these plays. You'll see this a lot, where Darnold comes off, he's not near early enough, he tries to fit the throw on the sidelines, DJ has to slow down for it. He still catches the ball, but he catches it out of bounds. Yeah, exactly, Prabhat. He gets Ohio State open. Let's see. Oh, man. What do we got here? Bears fan, thank you so much for subscribing and jumping on in. Let's see. The NFC, it's NFC Championship. Fields throws a bad interception and DJ Moore throws his helmet. Yeah, that would be the worst case scenario. So I did want to check this back when I was there. It's almost a sweet catch, but it's not even a college catch. Bummer. Vlad, I'll tell you what, Hargrave looks awesome, doesn't he? Little old, but as long as his body holds up, whew, he's solid. Yeah, he does, Drex. And then I think on the next play, is this the one I'm thinking of? No. So the Panthers are going to truly keep pounding a lot. Also, watch for number 93. Draymond Jones is going to make a bunch of plays in this game. He's obviously a Seattle Seahawk now, but that's how that happens. Journey to greatness, I hate to tell you, but if you spam the chat, it makes me really not want to talk to you. Which is not to be like I'm dunking on you. It's more like, especially when you use all caps. All caps is hard to approach, my guy. But let me see. We got another ding. Chauvin, thank you so much. You have no idea how helpful that is. I really appreciate it. Also, use the donation link. I hate to point it out because, Eric, your tip means the world to me as well. But if you want to fill the little bar, the super chat doohickey doesn't work as well, which it bums me out. I don't really get it either, but it more is what it is. Thank you, Chauvin. I really, really appreciate it. Every cent goes to continuing to support the channel and growing the brand. But so the keep pounding piece of this offense is just less important to us than a lot of the things that we want to see, especially because as you watch DJ Moore, you're going to see him just blow. Like, his athleticism is wild and crazy, and he gets deep an awful lot. Like, he is filling up all of the areas that Fields wants to throw into. Also, can we empathize with Panthers fans? 2nd and 1 or 2nd and 20? We got to run the ball, right? 2nd to 20, let's do it. Journey to Greatness, thanks so much for subscribing. Oh, for what it's worth, Journey to Greatness, I do think we need another tackle. And then, frankly, I do want to see another weapon. Like, I don't think, or I would love for the Bears to draft Ji'Ayer Gibbs. I don't think Ji'Ayer Gibbs is going to get to 53. They'd have to trade down if they wanted to have a chance at him. But I do think you need to take a look at UCLA's Zach Charbonnet. You'd be surprised at just how good he is. The Bears may end up spending the year betting on Chase Claypool more so than they will drafting Jackson Smith-Jigba, no matter how much I would love for them to do the latter. But until they get another tackle, that's just what they got to do. All right, 3rd and 18. I want everybody to take a look at this because this is sweet. And sorry, Vlad, I know you're being facetious, but this is not Darnold's shining moment if this is the play I think it is. So first off, boom, we got separation at the top of the route, like quick drop down out of that break. And if Darnold wanted to throw a curl, which we're not going to here on 3rd and 18, it's open. Justin Shively, thanks so much for subscribing. But really what hurts me is check out Moore just casually breaking so wide open, like whoop. And Darnold just doesn't see it. Either that or he just doesn't have the arm, which really bums me out. Because this is a play, actually, I think Fields could, should, would make. But you can see DJ wants the ball. And, I mean, he is wide open. But what a bummer. Because, yeah, it was hilarious, MJ. It's fun seeing this kind of play because this really is the sort of way that I imagine Fields wants to play ball. It also shows Moore's athleticism. I mean, truly, I know this sounds hyperbolic. Trying to stay with Moore looks like a chore for corners because he's so quick in and out of his breaks and he's so explosive, honestly, from 0 to 50, where this corner playing catch man, like, he walks up with him. He does a really solid job right here. But then, from the moment Moore breaks away, I mean, we get almost, let's see, we've got a nice little yard tracker here. We get about 3 direct yards of separation. Yeah, that's it. Honestly, Vlad, he wanted to do you guys a cap favor, you know? He's just holding back, and that's okay. What does Luke Mertens say? So here we got DJ Moore on the bottom. I mean, he is an exciting player. Thanks so much, Pat Jinx, for following. Explosive. If I haven't said it enough, I'll say it again. Explosive. He's physical. We'll see more evidence of that. He's also as an outside receiver is going to be. I misjudged him immediately because I've seen when he was a little younger, I'd say about 2 years ago. Ben, we will here in a little bit. So when DJ Moore was a little younger, they used to play him inside a little bit more. Let's see. I am too, Vlad. Like, I think the Lions look really, really, really solid. They're a year ahead of us. So I'm not surprised that, frankly, they're turning on the burners a little bit. But it's fun watching what the Lions are doing. I appreciate watching the Lions doing this. It's better than watching, frankly, the Vikings or the Packers do it. I think it's way more fun that way. But so, main thing I wanted to talk about here is that DJ Moore used to line up a little bit more on the inside, but he's been lining up a lot more on the outside over the last couple years, and I get why. His athleticism fits there, where best case scenario, just like we see right here, DJ's going to draw 2 and bring 49 a little further back because 2 was calling for it, and then he's going to make a play, which is fine. But honestly, I don't know why I expected 82 to be able to, run a little bit, but he doesn't. Panthers. So DJ will, oh man, it's this play, isn't it? Busted coverage, yes. So open. If we get a better throw here, it's a touchdown. This is a busted coverage. DJ barely looks like he's trying. And I mean, if the throw is anywhere near on time, really sad part is Darnold sees it right there. Just let the thing go. Like, let that ball go, my guy. Let it go. Let it go. What is he waiting for? I mean, any sooner. Touchdown, touchdown, touchdown. Probably still a touchdown if we just throw the ball. Touchdown. Not a touchdown anymore. Now the defensive back can get back on top of it. We'll take the 30-yard gain. But that one hurts. Just throw the ball, my guy. Honestly. Then this 32 guy, 32 can run a little bit. And by that, honestly, it's the Packers' offensive line. Vlad, I love it. I really do. Hey, to be fair, Darnold's got a sweet throw coming up. It's going to take a couple more pounds because you know the Panthers are just going to keep handing the ball off. Boom. I love it, Bob. First down and more. I shouldn't be laughing. That shouldn't be acceptable, but it's pretty great. See, they'll send him occasionally on these like rail routes up the seams, but honestly, even he doesn't look like he really cares. I don't know what that is. Like, I legitimately have no idea watching DJ Moore what was going through his head on some of these plays. But then I believe this is a touchdown. So if this play I think it is, he's going to run this. Does this look complicated? It doesn't. Does it? But, and I'd say like watch the way he runs it. But it's more like he's going to separate on one of the most basic routes you could run against Patrick Surtain. And Patrick Surtain doesn't look like he has a chance. Like, when I talk about explosiveness and athleticism in an outside receiver, it's for plays like this where he's just going to, nope, why wouldn't they run the ball? Well, just wait for it then, okay? Punk film. This is what I get for not confirming things. 2nd and 5. Is it this one? Yes. Like, that. This is all you're looking for, right? Just comes off the line, hits the gas, and separates, and could it look any easier? It's a dime, too. Kudos to him. Darnold makes this one with a man in his face, fading backwards. This is a really good throw. But also, based on the way he runs it, I mean, he runs this thing just about on air. Like, here you get a little bit of a release, ghosts of a release. Almost looks like he's blocking a little bit. But from that moment, I mean, it's just game on. It's a race. And Surtain flat loses. This is one of the best corners, like best young corners in football. He is fully outstretched trying to do anything about this. Good throw, absolutely. But DJ makes that easy. Like, he just, boom. There it is, Ryan. There it is. Darnold's going to bring the Niners a ring. Honestly, if anybody could bring it out of Darnold, it's probably going to be the guy like Kyle Shanahan. I'll tell you, the Niners have a lot of ways to not suck a quarterback at this point. Like a lot of ways to not suck a quarterback. I think between Purdy, Darnold, I guess, and Lance, that is, you can do a lot of things with all three of those, and that's great. The Niners juice, man, like. Their players can play. Who doesn't love the Niners skill position guys? Seriously. Like, this isn't me just trying to butter you up, Vlad. Like, I've been thinking about it. Because Ayuk rules. Looked like someone was chopping onions when Baker and Andy got away. But, let me see. Were you upset? Was that who you wanted? Baker and Andy Dalton. Let's see, who do I think is winning free agency? Khalid, the problem is I've been taught to think that anybody who wins free agency lost free agency. So then when the Bears came in with all this cap space, I was like, what am I supposed to cheer for? That is me honestly giving my opinion, Khalid. I was like, well, I mean, I do kind of want some of these signings, but like, because like, who doesn't? We're all like football sadists. It doesn't matter how many of these deals don't work out. We all want our team to go sign the big ones because it makes us feel good, you know? Makes us feel like our team tried, doesn't it? Makes us feel like the team improved. But At the same time, I mean, I've seen this where the 2020, the 2020 Packers, let me see, with my backer choice. Oh, I get you. It's all the coverage backer stuff. You know, Vlad? Like, they want Tremaine Edmonds to be the superstar coverage backer, and they want TJ Edwards to be an also good backer. But most importantly, I think that was Eberflus saying, you're either drafting one for me or you're either drafting one for me or you're signing these guys. And Poles said, it's only money. Bennett, you mentioned my more comp. I'm thinking, like, I really see college Chris Olave. Like, at least what I'm seeing is a guy who victimizes corners on the outside edge of the defense and plays with more speed than the corner has, which reminds me of the way Olave played specifically at Ohio State. I think it was Prashad, I think. Praheed. I am so sorry, I forgot your name. You mentioned he gets Ohio State open. He does. Like, DJ Moore gets the kind of open that Fields wants to see. And that's good, because so does Darnell Mooney when Darnell Mooney isn't being bracketed all the time. But that's a separate conversation. I'm not about to try to pretend to you that the amazing DJ Moore is suddenly a top 10 wide receiver. You're going to see a lot of people make the argument that DJ Moore is a top 10 wide receiver. Duh. And now Darnell Mooney is going to be a top 20 wide receiver, and the Bears receiver room is just going to rule. I think the Bears receiver room got NFL adequate. Like, if good. Like, good hinges on Claypool at this point. If Claypool comes to play, then the Bears receiver room is pretty solid. If Claypool doesn't come to play, because I'm not betting on him to, not because I hate Claypool, but because I feel like I have to prepare for the worst with this guy. I would tell you that I think that the NFL receiver room is still pretty solid. Like, if you told me that the Bears rocked into the NFL, or rocked into the 2023 season with an effective receiver room of DJ Moore, Darnell Mooney, and Michael Wilson, I would tell you that's pretty solid based on who I think Wilson would be. And so within that, let's see, Prabat. Yeah. It's got to be Prabat, right? But so I apologize for any butchering that I do. Within that, the main thing I look at is that I need Fields to have NFL adequate. There's this yearning that we all have, right? Anytime you're a fan of a football team, you want your skill positions to be so good that your guy can't fail, because then you feel better about the chances of them not failing. I want Justin Fields to be NFL adequate and on wide receiver, and NFL adequate on offensive line. Because if he's the guy we think he is, he will be able to take 2 average units and do something with them. Enough. Right? We're not looking for him to win the Super Bowl. Justin Fields does not have to be the MVP of the 2023 season. We just need him to show us that he can pass more than 2,000 yards in 17 games. We need him to show us that he can run an NFL passing offense, and it doesn't need to be running all the time. Right? Within that, I think that DJ Moore, Darnell Mooney, Chase Claypool, and Velus Jones, I'm still okay with Velus Jones, and a rookie is not a horrible receiver room. Again, NFL adequate. The offensive line right now, I think, is in the bad zone. But I don't think that they're far off. They just need a talented piece, like a good talented piece. And hey, if they get the best of Tevin Jenkins, even better. That's a question mark that I'm not willing to bet on. If you made me, like I asked on Twitter earlier today, if you had to pick one right now, who do you have more faith in? Is it Braxton Jones or is it Tevin Jenkins? And by the way, let me see. Oh, John, I would assume we are like winning a Super Bowl with MVP Fields, or at least I would hope we would. Even though the NFL MVP hasn't won the Super Bowl. When's the last time they did, actually? When's the last time the MVP won the Super Bowl? That's a good question. But so it's more that I'm segmenting everything, I guess. There's no way it was last. Yeah, it was last year. I'm a doofus. Wow. Oof. Literally in the last football game played, Robert. What were you thinking? But yeah, if you can't tell, me talking over this Panthers game is me hiding the fact that that the Bears are like, or not the Bears, the Panthers just don't use DJ Moore much because their quarterbacks don't want to. Like, they want to run the snot out of the ball, and they do. And so we get to see DJ Moore's ability on some plays, but not much. Yeah, no, Agent Mole, that was a bad one. That was a real bad one. So it was a little wild, Mike, but it happened literally this year. R.I.P. I love seeing DJ Moore's yak ability, or not yak ability, it's the speed. And we'll have to see what he does for yak ability. I'll tell you that BG, the tough piece about this is that DJ Moore catches the ball so far down the field in many cases that there's not a ton of yak to be there. And so it's not that that's in, I don't know, I'm trying to put this into words, right? Where DJ Moore's played with some horrible quarterbacks. So it generally takes good quarterbacking to get you to the, get you the ball on time so that you can get yak with it. Let's see. Agent, I love the reaction there. Holy good God. Oh, this is sweet, isn't it? I don't care about the throw. This is breaking somebody in half. I mean, watch DJ Moore snap this out route on Patrick Surtain against cover 3 technique. Check this out. Like, comes off the line, absolutely rocketing. Ba-boom. One cut to the sidelines. Tons of space, right? Look at that separation. When we talk about that Ohio State Open, that's what we're talking about. The fact that the blitz gets home means nothing to me. That is Draymond Jones, by the way. But just snap to the sidelines. We love that kind of route running. When Moore gets to run a route, he's pretty much open all the time. I got to tell you. Like, when he's schematic, I think somebody posted a chart recently. Don't quote me on it, but I'm pretty sure somebody posted a chart recently showing that DJ Moore had a top 10 anti-man coverage rate in the NFL. Like, when he gets man coverage, he's toasting people. Here he is toasting outside again. Darnold moves off of this. I don't think he has any business moving off of this. Because right here, he's going to get open. If we throw this ball, Moore is there. Look at that. Look at that. Like, just dot the sidelines, and Moore will go get it. Khalid, I'd be fine with Isaiah Wynn. Honestly, this is a great reminder that we were bored in the middle of the season, and so we looked at a bunch of free agents, and guess how many of them the Bears signed? None of them. So I'm turning into the old version of myself that's like, why do we want to talk about these guys? Like, I could tell you I think Isaiah Wynn's decent, but all I'm going to do is me bringing up Isaiah Wynn is going to invoke him getting signed by somebody else within this stream, no less. I just know how this works. It's a crying shame, but it's a shame that I have to live with, right? And Prabhat, that's more or less how I feel. Mooney's pretty good against man, but Mooney's got a great feel for beating zone coverage. So if you're telling me that Fields can take, that basically you end up with, and here's the beautiful thing. Like, so the Bears got smoked when defenses rocked up against them with man coverage, right? We remember that week 17 Lions game, don't we? Let's see. ESPN 538 wide receiver metric of grading, openness, catching, and yak rated more average this year on openness, which is their route running score. Interesting. That's really interesting to me, John. I wonder if that has to do with their route choices, because especially in the early part of the year, they were abysmal. But so, yeah, I know, Khalid, right? This offseason, we haven't even signed one. John, by the way, I didn't forget your question. You asked earlier, who do I think is going to be more productive, Kmet or Claypool? Okay, so based on what we saw last year, I would probably go with Kmet. But either way, the bizarre part, John, is that you have to imagine that the Bears passing game is probably going to add about 1,000 yards. So Bradley, we went from Edmonds to Walker to a little bit of Davis to Moore. So there is stuff in the middle. But so you can go back and catch the VOD. And it'll be there. But so within that, let's see, Mason Rush, thanks so much for subscribing. Let's see, John, because they're going to add about 1,000 yards. You got to imagine from passing perspective, hopefully more. They did not add much, or they did not have much last year. And if I had to guess, I think Kmet's going to get it. But that's partially because I've got a bad feeling about Claypool. Like, okay, something, John, I hate saying this, something you just don't see that often, right, is the entire NFL community vitriolically hating a move and then that move actually proving people wrong, right? It is, I really want to think of one. If you guys can think of more than a handful of these moves, let me know. But the vitriolic reaction to the NFL, I have been a Bears fan for a long time. They've made a lot of dumb moves. And the amount of times I said, you guys don't get it. Trubisky's going to prove you wrong. Cutler's going to prove you wrong. No. You don't get it. This guy's going to prove you wrong. Hey, this guy's going to prove you wrong. I am... Oof. Like, there's a bunch of these that I look at and I'm like, They don't end up working, which doesn't mean like the NFL community's always right. Like, exactly. Brandon, you mentioned Dexter Lawrence, like the Watson guaranteed money. Everybody thought that was a stupid idea. Or did they not think it was a stupid idea? Like, it's more, yes, Josh Allen is a good idea. It's more to point out that with Claypool right now, I'm not betting on him. It's not to say I hate him. It's to say I'm pretending like he doesn't exist on the roster. What Claypool brings in his contract year, I imagine will be the best version of himself. He's got money on the line, right? So Claypool has every financial incentive to be the best version of himself, or his career tanks. Like, this is a 20 to 40 million guaranteed money year for him in terms of the difference of what it could be on either end of the extreme. But all the same, I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can bet on him, right? And I agree with you, Lunatic, that this would be why we would sign JSN if the Bears' tackles weren't in such a mess, right? But exactly, Eric. I'm not trying to come out here and say that Claypool sucks. I'm more trying to say I'm not counting on him to do anything. He could be the difference between the Bears receiver room going from, hey, this is solid, to this is pretty doggone good. But I'm going to leave that in his hands. For me, you're never going to hear me count on it because it's DJ Moore that we're really counting on. Let's see, Johnson or Jones. I assume you're talking Paris Johnson or what on earth is his name? Do you mean DeJuan Jones? There's no way you mean the Georgia kid, right? Broderick. That's what I thought. I was like, there's two Joneses, right? I would probably go with Paris Johnson. Like, Johnson's got the absolute prototype frame. I mean, so much to like on his film. Moves beautifully, long arms, like a great technique, comes from a super strong offensive line program. That's not to say that Broderick doesn't, but he's got inside-outside versatility. He's got, I don't know. There's a ton to like about Paris Johnson. It's not about him being literally perfect, but, oh man, did you talk about Braxton Jones? I like Braxton Jones. I'm not battling about Braxton Jones. Like, I really like Braxton Jones, especially for a 5th round pick. But so let's see, full offseason for Getsy to figure out how to use Claypool will be the biggest improvement. CJ Williams, you are absolutely right. I will tell you that the other thing worth remembering, though, is that when you talk about improvement, we're talking about a player that over 8 games had 140 yards. So you better hope he improves, right? Like, even if we're improving up to 250, to 400, to 500 yards. Technically, that's improvement. But Claypool's got to do his part, right? I'm curious to see what's going on. Let's get back to this. It's so easy to get distracted, right? There's more DJ Moore to watch. And then we can lazily go through other pieces of it. I love watching, by the way, when receivers, sometimes it's coaching, sometimes it's boredom, but you can see them testing out releases on the All-22. Like here, we're going to get a nice little pop and even. It's not about these being like the greatest rep in the world. I think I overhyped that one, to be honest with you. But it's always fun. Yeah, there's always more to watch. Censored, I really wouldn't be so worried about Mooney. I even thought when you looked at it statistically, Mooney had a better year than you'd realize last year. Because Mooney, just to use an example, in a terrible passing offense, had 400 yards in 10 games, right? Let me see. Okay, hang on. This is what I'm going for. And you guys are going to be surprised, but it's really sad. Mooney stats. So everybody's talking about how Darnell Mooney had 500 receiving yards in 12 games, right? Okay, so that puts us at a yards per game of 41.1. Not ideal, is it? So then we go to Chicago Bears 2022 stats. And if you take a look at the Bears in general, what you suddenly realize is their passing yards were cooking out roughly, let's see, that's got to be yards per game, 152 yards per game. Yes, 152 yards per game. So if you take a look at 152 yards per game, let's go 41.1 divided by 152.2 is 27% of the passing yards. Now, what is 27% of the passing yards for a team that throws for 250 yards per game? So that would be times 250. 250 is pretty normal. You throw for 250 yards per game in 16 games, you throw for 4,000 yards. Well, that's 67 and a half, right? And if you throw for 67 and a, or if you catch 67 and a half yards for 16 games, because our brains all work in 16 games, you catch 1,000 yards. Darnell Mooney wasn't the issue. I hate to be this guy, right? The passing yardage was just so low that Darnell Mooney's like statistics, if you will, just took a massive dip because the Bears couldn't move the rock in the air at all. Now, is there something to be said for Mooney's not a number one receiver or Mooney needs help next to him? Sure. I'm not about to fight you guys on any of that. Like, he needed assistance. That's part of why DJ Moore's here. That's part of why DJ Moore's so exciting. But it's more to point out, and I'm not trying to be Mooney's agent, though, call me, Darnell, if you need any help, that his target share and his production on a per-game basis was perfectly fine. Yes, it's a technical down season, but it was such a poor passing year. Such a poor passing year that there's not much you can do there. But I agree with you, Joe. I think he can be a complete multiplier. That's exactly the hope. Let's see. It would be Lunatic. That would be sweet. Though, honestly, I mean, you're really cooking Lunatic. That'd be a sweet one. The hope is exactly right, John. That's exactly right. That Mooney will be Devontae Smith, probably Devontae Smith light, because Devontae is his own whole dude. But you're hoping that Moore will be Chris Olave, and that another way to put it, John, would be you're hoping Mooney is the Ohio State version of Garrett Wilson, right? Where Garrett Wilson, it plays like Spider-Man, like wiggles, Truzy, and you're hoping that Mooney does a lot of that. Yeah, I know, Prabhat. I thought the same thing in my head. I cannot believe you brought that up, but it's not literally light. Let me see. Here we get a nice little bump block from Moore, pulls his guy in. I mean, they truly just keep pounding to the point where it is just like, it's just nothing that you're going to use more. You can watch the way that this Carolina offense play called and understand why Moore's statistics took a dip, because unless he caught the one go ball that got thrown to him, he ended up with like sub 30, 40 yards because he's an outside receiver and none of his quarterbacks have a decent arm, right? I think he gets open here. I cannot remember. Pop. Don't we love that? He had a lot of targets in one of the middle ones, Ben, but I also noticed that he had next to no yards on him. I actually pulled some 2021. Don't we love this? 4 yards of separation on a curl. Like, let's watch how it happened, because I love this stuff. This is the route running technique that I'm just obsessed with. So, explosion off the line. You're going to see him take a release just a little to the inside, right? So I'll draw it where you see him draw just like this, because theoretically he could keep going across the field. He could head up and come out. He could just go straight up. There's a lot of things you can do with a release like this. And then he takes it up the field right there with a little bit of burst, which is going to take the corner from drifting in to drifting straight backwards, right? And then, boom, hits the brakes. And it's so funny you mentioned the EQ thing, BG. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, which is 3 steps less. So EQ needed 7. More completely decelerates in 4 and just has to wait for the ball. Big first down. Let's see. Terps, I like that. Same math with DJ Moore last year. Gets him to 1094. I like it. You could have told me that was Andy Dalton climbing the pocket, and I would have absolutely believed you. Honestly, you can almost see it. Oh, BG, you think that spending almost an hour arguing with a lot of Bears fans that really wanted to make that Justin Fields' fault because people were angry? Do we remember, Bears fans that are in the chat, how many people were just flat out mad at Fields for that game? I thought that was bizarre, to be honest with you. Don't get me wrong, I understand, but a lot of Bears fans got really torqued up around the end of that, or the end of that year. Everything needed to be Fields' fault, because it started out and it became, Bennett, we're talking about the Week 14 Green Bay game where ESB was so slow in and out of a curl that it cost Fields a game-losing interception, and everybody was like, well, you can't throw that if you're the quarterback. And it was like, what do you mean you can't throw that? It's a curl. You're out-leveraging. You're out-leveraging the corner. You have to throw that ball. If you don't throw that ball, you're a wuss. The big problem Sam Darnold is, what Sam Darnold is what you turn into if you don't throw those footballs. Does this make sense, guys? Where, if you get too scared to throw into a window, you become the guy double pumping, costing your team literal touchdowns down the field. And that's heartbreaking because you don't really come back from that. Does that make sense? That's my number one worry with Fields, is that if he can't get the ball out on the quick game, we're going to end up here eventually. Thankfully, Fields is so fast on his feet that his feet are his own quick game in some degree. But like you're saying, George, I thought it was ridiculous. It felt that way, Khalid. It really got to feeling that way at some point where it was like, I think we're losing on purpose. Yeah, Fields needs to throw with anticipation, but you can't throw that ball. I love it. And yeah, Ben, he's a bad combination of late, sometimes horrifically late, and also a weaker arm. The arm thing definitely helps Fields out, Ben. Though, man, I would love to see Fields succeed. Part of it is just fatigue as a Bears fan. I would love to see a quarterback really succeed. But also part of it is because when Fields does do it right. Okay, so I don't know if Mitch had this. I really racked my brain to try to make sure this isn't, this is fair. Does that make sense? Sorry. So I don't remember Mitch looking as good when he did something right as I would swear to you Fields looks when he... No, that's not true. When Mitch had that 6 touchdown game against the Buccaneers, if memory serves, he looked like a Hall of Famer. I know that wasn't even fair, but when Mitch played well, it looked awesome. It looked natural. It looked easy. Right. So I guess Fields has a similar thing, right? where when Fields like does it right, he looks incredible. But I also can't help but feel like Aaron, we signed him for special teams. Don't worry. Like, we didn't sign a guy to an incentive-laden $2 million a year deal to start. I wouldn't get too twisted up over it, but I think it tends to think that the Bears are going to show the draft. Let's see, the Cowboys. Yeah, the Cowboys game was awesome. Khalid. Though I always felt like the Cowboys game was funny because that also felt like a surprisingly well called game where everything worked. Like when Mitch was winning off of read option, it was like when Cutler would run the ball because he would do that occasionally. But yeah, I mean that's the darn truth, Grant. Let's see. I tend to think the same thing, Eric, where there's a couple moments where Fields just looks on a different level. And I'm really trying to be as realistic as I can be when I say that. Like, I promise I'm not just trying to be a massive homer, but it's more like when Fields does something well, you'll see him stand tall in the pocket, deliver a strike downfield, take a massive, massive hit, and then, like, the ball goes right where it needs to. You go, whoa. Or when Fields is on the run, I remember there's this one play, I can't remember which game it was in. I think it's in 2021 though, where Fields rolled out of the pocket and he sniped a ball between a defender standing here and a defender standing here. And you see the ball just like whistle by both of their heads for like a 10-yard gain to Darnell Mooney headed on the outside. And it's so funny because Prabat, you talk about like Fields' deep ball looking different. Can I be honest with you guys? A deep ball is great. I don't really care. Like, I want to care, but quarterbacks don't live off deep balls. You live off first down throws, right? And these little throws that you'll see from Fields where you're like, whoo, that is sweet at the intermediate level is like, hot dang, that is awesome. And that's not even to say that I was about to say, Ben, you say the first down runs. The bizarre part, Ben, is the touchdown runs. Like the runs where Fields the runs where Twitter just lights on fire. You know what I'm talking about, Ben? Where like, it's not to give anybody chills, but if you get them, just know I have them too. Where like you get a tweet from Brad Biggs that you peek at and you know you shouldn't, right, in the middle of a drive. And it's like Justin Fields, period. Wow. And you just settle in to whatever streaming service you're watching and you're like, oh my gosh, here we go. And then Fields takes a read option handoff for 64 yards against the Packers and everybody's just like losing their mind. And it's like, what am I watching? The Miami game one, which was just bananas. I was about to say, Brandon, it's so good. Like that one in particular, Fields in the pocket, steps up, checks down, or like pump fakes to Mooney, takes off, gains a couple yards. You're like, hey, that's pretty good. Gains a couple more yards. Hey, that's pretty good. Somehow just jets past everybody. And you're like, what am I looking at? I mean, there are some of these things that Fields does that just have you, as everybody, so excited that it's like, what can we possibly do? And sure, the offense is abysmal. Sure, Fields has to get better. But there are pieces of this that feel like, how could we lose? And that's the thing, Aaron. Like, oh my gosh, Bennett, that was nutty. Like, I couldn't believe that one. And there were some plays earlier in the year where Fields took off and ran, and he probably should have thrown the ball. Like a play against the Texans really sticks out to me, where it was like Fields broke 2 tackles in the pocket and ran for 30 easy looking yards, but he had a wide open first down on the sidelines that he just passed on. And I'm still mad about plays like that, but that's so earlier in the season. Like you got to expect that things will get better now. I tend to think, Turu, let me put it this way, Turu, I tend to believe him. I mean, I'm not about to say that it'll work, but I tend to think he'll put in the effort. You know what I mean? And honestly, Grant, sometimes I wonder whether it was the other way around, right? Like, I would never, I can't tell you that I've had conversations that I haven't had. I'm no insider, right, Grant? But you hear some people talk about a couple of these receivers where the receiver will talk on like Brandon Marshall's I Am Athlete show, and they'll talk about how they're the one running the huddle. Like, not that they're not letting the quarterback run the huddle, but that they go into the huddle at some times and they're like, hey, you're looking for me. You're looking for me, and this is when you throw it. And with the way that Allen Robinson and Mitch Trubisky got along, part of you wonders, Michael, thanks so much for subscribing, whether Allen Robinson really was just that dude in the huddle on some of these plays and said, hey, I'm running a 13-yard dig. I'm taking it right. You're throwing the football. And Mitch would just go, yeah, you bet, and just rip it, right? Because Mitch really did throw with anticipation on time to Allen Robinson. Makes you wonder, like, what happened in those huddles and who was driving the bus, if you will. Easy to credit it to the quarterback, but we don't know. The big thing that, not bullying Mondo, I'm just wondering whether Allen Robinson was taking charge in some of those situations. I don't know, Eric. It's just a question, right? But so within that, what I'm basically begging the question on, when Fields in let me see, like talking through just what we saw last season, getting off on the tangent and allowing ourselves to be on the tangent, right? It feels to me like Fields had a couple of these moments where he gave us a quotable thing, like when he said he played like trash against the Texans, right? He says, I played like trash. I don't even want to take anything. And a lot of us just sort of muttered, yeah, you did. And we've heard quarterbacks say stuff like that before. Kyle Long, I played like garbage on Twitter. But it is weird that we heard him say that, and the next week, he really did play better. And the week after that, he really did play better. And the week after that, he really did play better. Like, he said that, and things changed. He said that. People asked, what are you going to do differently? He said, I'm going to get up in the morning and study more. And I think he said that after Washington, as a matter of fact. After the Washington game, which was horrible, he basically said, I'm just going to have to study more tape. I need to get up an hour earlier and work harder. And immediately after that, they started popping off and scoring a bunch of points. And they did that for weeks. Like, it's weird looking at the cause and effect tree, right? The way that I agree with you, Peyton. It's weird looking back at Fields where you can see development that felt almost linear, especially in doing some of the little things. I really loved watching the way that Fields quarterbacked the games against Philadelphia and Buffalo, to use an example. I thought those were two of the worst played games by the rest of his cast, but he did a good job, right? And the way that he played the game against Green Bay in Week 14 before it felt like Luke Getsy just shut him down, I really loved that. I thought that was a great quarterback. I thought the quarterback we saw against Detroit was a perfect example of how a lot of people or like how growth isn't linear, and he came out and the Lions rocked up in a man defense and nobody got open, and it was just awful. I mean, it was just really awful. But it was good to see. I mean, it was really good to see. John, that's a great way to put it. Knowing how to learn effectively is not a skill many people have. You think Fields has it? I sure hope so. We'll watch a little bit of DJ Moore. We're starting to hit 11. I'm mindful of midnight without, I guess, having a hard cutoff. Eventually, my wife keeps telling me that I should charge per hour, that it should be like a 3-hour stream with hour-long extensions. And the only reason that I haven't pivoted to that model is because I'm really worried that that you guys would have me stream until 5 a.m, where if it was an hour-long extension, I may never sleep. But let's see. Prebet, you mentioned the indicators that would be stars. Fields hits those landmarks. That'd be awesome. I hope so. I'm waiting for one specific play before we pivot to another game, and it is this one. Check this out. Bang. Mad. All right, so take a look at this. I absolutely love this. I'm so glad that I get to talk about this. I probably should talk about it on Twitter, but let's take a look at this matchup right here. Live streams are monetized, Eric, a little bit. Donations are obviously better, but they get like a little bit from YouTube, but it's not near as much as like really good. Yeah, it's a sweet throw by Darnold, BLS. But so Off the line, we don't get much of a release. I would tell you guys straight up if I thought this was some kind of sweet move, but it's just a basic stagger step. Bang. Like, hits the burners. What really matters here is watch the way Moore is going to cut back in. It's this part right here that matters. We've talked about this on this channel before, but I think a lot of people, because of Madden, think go routes are get down the sidelines and just go, and then the throw is supposed to hit them for a touchdown. That's not the technical way these things are run. Generally speaking, what a wide receiver is attempting to do is release to the outside, so like release in this direction, and then get as close to the numbers as you realistically can. Watch Moore head back inside right here. You see that extra step, right? So he's roughly here. He's going to get to here. Why does this matter, right? It's because you are creating a target for your quarterback to throw into. The further along the sideline you can be, or the further away from the sideline, the more give room your quarterback has to put the ball anywhere in this zone. It's very important because as much as we would love to pretend that quarterbacks could just, drop a football out of a drone wherever they want to downfield, it's obviously very difficult to throw a spheroid with speed 55 yards and hit a literal dime. So it's important for the receiver to set up the catch zone. And now you're going to get a look at Moore's physicality. I mean, this is really the perfect rep because Surtain is going to try to bully him off that spot. Why wouldn't he? He's allowed to. But Moore holds his line, looks back for the ball, bursts back forward, and makes an easy catch with a full yard of separation. Look at this specific burst where you see Moore throttle down and then throttle back up to snag the ball. And would you believe it? Based on the ball placement, Darnold basically put it here, right? So every inch of this defense of this line matters because the target that he ultimately hit was pretty much dead center of that catch zone. And then Moore walks out of bounds, and you know it's good when you've got one of the best corners in the league flat mad that your guy got beat. Moore should bring a lot to this offense. I mean, true outside threat. Really, really, really talented receiver, and one that I cannot wait to watch in this Bears offense, because while I don't imagine that they're going to try to make him BG, I think he's just mad at himself, and frankly, I think that he's mad that just got caught anyways, right? Another thing that doesn't help, so this is like a DB curse, right? Surtain looks back for the ball, and the moment that he looks back for the ball, the throw comes over his head. So he may be mad at just sort of the coincidence of it, because when you look back for the ball, look, there's no human being alive. And if you don't believe me, try it. Stand up in your room and try it. But you can't turn your shoulders and look back for the ball and also sprint backwards. You can do one of the two, right? And so the moment that Moore basically clinches up with Surtain, he thinks about it, looks back for the ball ends up floating right on over his head. It's similar, if not the same, do you remember 2 years ago when Eddie Jackson locked up Justin Jefferson to the point where they were literally standing in the end zone, and then Eddie Jackson looked over his shoulder and the ball came over his shoulder, and Justin Jefferson caught a touchdown in the end zone in like week 18. But I'm curious, Ben, honestly, if that's like baited, but it'd be pretty, yeah, exactly. It'd be pretty high level if it was purposeful. My guess would be, Ben, that Moore knew he was getting the ball or hoped he was getting the ball, but didn't trust Darnold to let that thing howl and get the ball out there that far. That would be my guess, but it working out in his favor, we love it, don't we? Let's see if we can't snag one of the 2021 games that I have. I have some. Let's see here. Speaking of outside threats, you've always wondered why people mentioning that it's because he's big and fast. I would love to tell you that it's more than that. It's because people that would slobber over Claypool like yours truly just see that he is big and also fast, and that is enough for us. Let's see. Can I find the Bears 2020 game? I mean, I can dig it up if you really need me to, but probably not going to immediately, if you don't mind. Let's see here. Yeah, I know he went 5 for 90, but he was also a slightly different player than, let's see. What happened in Dallas? Somebody's mentioning Dallas, George? Oh, you're just seeing the game options. So this is a 2021 game because if you guys really want to watch 2022 DJ Moore, we can. It hurts. Yeah, exactly, Agent. Right? Oh, I love that. The film isn't split this time, so now we just have to... Oh, it's more Darnold. I forgot Darnold was their 2020 quarterback, too. Let's see. You always have to do this goofy dance where you figure out, oh my God, is that Moore? Is this what Moore looks like when he's motivated? Look at this. Because I'd be lying to you if I said he looked like he was super motivated last year. Got to confirm that that's 2, but pop. Man, what he can do is bananas. Like the physical potential in Moore's game feels silly to me. Yeah, I think that's him. It is. Oh. Salivatory. I'm saying. Like, it is sinful. Don't you love that, Prabat? Just like the Packers, I really want a really sweet athlete, and I'll teach him to play the position if I have to. Here's more on the outside. Tell you what, the Keep Pounding Panthers break more of these like decently long runs up the middle than I swear most of the teams that I watch. I don't know. That must be their thing. Which, speaking of, oh my gosh, that is silly. That is filthy. Oh, did we see this? Ooh. Who is this guy? This is different than the DJ Moore we had last year. Let's see. Come on, film. There we go. Don't you freeze on me. Don't know why it's being finicky. Must be some kind of loading thing, but break inside, get back out, separate. Throw's just not there. Pop. Like head fake snap, freezes, digs, separates with speed, home free. If the throw's better, we score. Might be Ben, but man, that route is awesome. Turu, the difference is that on a lot of those Ramsey reps, okay, so I actually am glad you brought that up, Turu, though if anybody who's heard me go on this rant before, they just know it's a sore spot. In 2020, the Bears fans took a bunch of isolated shots of Darnell Mooney torching Jalen Ramsey and ran wild with him. If you wind the plays back, Turu, they're literally all blitzes against a horrible Bears offensive line. And Ramsey and everybody else on that Rams secondary knows that the Bears are not going to throw it deep. And if they do, they're not going to have the time. And so the corners just play short, right? Like Ramsey's okay with Mooney running deep. You will notice he didn't catch the ball because there's a blitz on. And the Rams are extremely confident they're going to get home. And they were right to think that way. Don't get me wrong. I love the enthusiasm. But these were the same people that made it a whole thing that, like, Darnell Mooney was Jalen Ramsey's dad, and then the Bears got absolutely shuttered by those same Rams team in the first game of the 2021 season. And I hate living those kinds of situations. If I could choose not to, I choose not to every time I get the chance. By no means am I trying to push on a bad memory, but that one in particular, I was like, the context of this rep just isn't what people think it is. Oh, come on, get the ball to him. Oh, yes. First of all, Air Darnold making the throw completely off platform. But we get a nice little one-handed snag. Let's see, does he... Oh, no, you can't give him the first down. But relatively solid yak. There are some people that would look at your receiver wanting him to go like, boom, and beat the guy or something like that. But for me, at least, I think DJ brings you plenty as a true outside receiver. He's small enough that people are always going to want him to be a little bit shiftier, but this really is, when I talk about like Fields and Olave at Ohio State, this is stuff I know I'm looking at, where Olave had a little more wiggle, but it's that success on the outside, and oh my gosh. How is this so easy? He just doesn't even make it look like it's hard. It's just, I mean, do you see this? He even passes the ball into his left arm. Like, just sticks it, puts the ball away, runs with it. He can play. Gosh, a good football player is so much fun. Oh, there he is. He's still up. Ah! We picked a good game, boys and girls. Oh, my word. So, let's start at the top of this. Boom. Like, snap in, catch. There's no way. Is he up? This is a play I actually, to your point, censored. I want to see this, where just snap, throw this on time. Just soaks a hit. Gets back up. Oh, man. Boom. Catch. Bang. That's awesome. I agree with you, Prabhat. But I'll tell you, I think he's going to be the straw that stirs the drink. I think somebody said that earlier. Yeah, that sounds about right to me. Man. Because it's the quickness. Like, this is sweet. This is super cool at Superman level, you know? But it's boom. Where what Moore's not going to make a direct 90-degree cut, right? But what he is going to do is he's going to cut that far in one step and close it in the second. Does this make sense? So it's not like your picture perfect break, but he will do most of the deceleration that he needs to in one step. One hard cut, he'll get to there, and then he closes it. So you still get a very quick route. Right now, Paris Johnson, Aaron, but technically the new league year hasn't even started. So I'm trying to wait until at least a week after free agency before I do anything silly. Oh, he's a bona fide to all kinds of things, Grant. I mean, like, he's the dude. I know everybody wants to make Alpha X receivers 6'5" and 6'3" and 6'2", and that they all high point the ball. To me, this is, I mean, let's put it this way. This to me, oh yes. Oh, are we in? Are we in? No way. Call it in. Like, to me, this is Fields' guy. Do you guys see what I see? Like, this is exactly the guy Fields wants to play with, because snap, we're throwing this. Fields is never going to not throw this ball, right? Like, that separation is what Fields was basically skimping on the entire season. And does he deserve it? Sure, every quarterback deserves it, right? Will Fields ever throw into tighter windows? Good question. I think the players are going to have to individually earn it. Like, he'll do it for Kmet. He won't do it for a lot. But this kind of throw, like, that is such easy separation. And Moore takes it, and, like, they're probably going to call him out at the 1, but he looks into me. But that's also because I'm a homer. Blind squirrel, they're going to add another running back. Don't you worry about it. Like, I think Herbert is really solid. Oh, man. When does the foot come out? There. Yeah, okay. He's out. Herbert's a really good first and second down runner. He's cheap, too. Oh, yeah, censored. 100%. On his rookie year, is that good or bad? Because how many did he do recently? Blind score. Hang on. Okay, so we're still talking about a 210-pound running back versus a 225-pound running back. I hear you, but if just under 5 or 6 foot and 225 is good size, whereas 10 pounds is a little lighter, I mean, I could challenge you. Let's see. Aaron Jones is probably not that small. Jones height, weight is 5'9", 207. So Aaron Jones is actually lighter than Herbert at roughly the same height. I thought he'd be taller. Let's see. Another decent running back. Trying to think of a couple. Saquon Barkley. And weight. He's 6'0", 235. That makes a lot of sense because he's an absolute super stud. Let's see. What is Austin Eckler? He is 5'8", 200, so he's actually smaller than Herbert. You ask me, let's see, where are you? Blind squirrel. Herbert seems pretty normal size for a running back, which is all I was looking for. I wanted to be sure before I stated it, but Monty was pretty big. Censored. I can't legally look at that because legally even looking the answer to that question up would suggest that I'm content with the Bears picking Bijan, and that would be the luxury pick of luxury picks. Let's see. I sure hope they will. Let's put it that way. You got to remember, okay, so this is something that I don't think we Bears fans talk about quite enough. Everybody's going to say that DJ Moore helps Justin Fields the most, right? There are a lot of people that are going to say that. I tend to think that DJ Moore helps Luke Getsy the most. You got to remember that the Bears with the Packers, when they had Devontae Adams, they had an offense that was like a whole bunch of Shanahan runs, a whole bunch of windback stuff, a whole bunch of play actions, a whole bunch of like little West Coast things that Rodgers used to do. And then they had like 20% of the playbook dedicated to Devontae Adams, maybe more. I mean, I remember I actually talked to somebody who it's secondhand, but I talked to a friend of mine who talked to one of his friends in the Packers room. And I mean, they were designing 20 to 30% of the offense around Devontae Adams. So who would you have done that for last year? Because as soon as you start doing stuff for Mooney, the offensive line can't hold it. And as soon as you do stuff to protect the offensive line, it skimps on the receiver packages that you can run. So if you're going to play max protect all year, you're going to try all of the 2 receiver concepts you can think of. And there's only so many of those. Maybe 3 receiver concepts, right? But this could be a lot of like 2 receiver stuff. So then if you spread it out, Jeffrey, because I don't think he's worth it in the Bears system. I don't think Monty was worth $6 million a year in the Bears system, unfortunately. I just don't think they're a fit. But within that, all this to say that like the Bears' current offense, as I hope to see it, will have an offensive line that can hold normal pass protections, at least a normal amount. I'm not expecting them to look like the Eagles, right? But I expect them to at least look like a normal team, you know? And they're also going to have DJ Moore as somebody that they can call plays for. Like, sure, they can do a little bit of Mooney in that too. I think it was, let's see, Ben, I think. Let me see. If Claypool and Mooney had played together longer, they both would have done better. Yeah, a little bit. But Moore in particular, especially against man, is somebody that I think that they're going to literally design plays for. And so that stuff like using him in the backfield makes total sense to me that they would, because he's somebody that I think would be worth it at that point, where you could reasonably say, oh, they're going to give us man, we're going to DJ Moore. Daniel, I think it's going to be like a Paris Johnson type, but we're going to have to wait and see. They probably want to draft somebody, and it's all going to depend on what they do at free agency from here. Probably not Aaron, and it's not that I hate Orlando Brown. It's that Orlando Brown just doesn't fit the vibe of what they're looking for, which sounds so silly, but it's more like Orlando Brown is not that athletic. He did not have the year that I think last year some people think he did. He's a requisite right tackle, pretty good one, but you could probably draft somebody that will be pretty good too. I don't know. I don't think there's anything wrong with a second round right tackle, or hopefully it's certainly a first round right tackle. We obviously would love that. Picks like Sewell, picks like Tristan Wirfs. I mean, a lot of these first round tackles have been flat money, and I would love for the Bears to jump on into that. But yeah, goodness gracious, seriously? Like, Lawrence, that is a ton of pressures. Goodness almighty. Let's see. I honestly think they need a back that can get out and get open in the passing game, which is a lot of what Dave Montgomery actually did really, really well. But I imagine that a Jahmyr Gibbs or a Zach Charbonnet would work really well too. Doing pretty much the same thing. Yeah, John, that doesn't surprise me at all. I tend to think that last year's, we've talked about this, John, so I know I'm rehashing this. I tend to hope that last year was as much a problem of a self-fulfilling prophecy, where because nobody got open, Fields didn't trust anybody to throw it into tight windows. And so because he didn't trust anybody to throw it into tight windows, nobody made any contested catches and everything in between, right? That it became cyclical. These are funny to me because you've got Trayvon Diggs playing trail coverage on DJ Moore on what will ultimately be a curl. So, like, if you're going to stop him, that's the way to do it. Because if you're running trail coverage and he runs a dig, you're hosed. But if he's running trail and he runs a curl, then, yeah, he's going to stop right with you. If the Bears just had picks out the wazoo, I feel like Darnell Washington would fit a lot of what they want to do with a tight end that can block like crazy, but I don't think they've got that kind of luxury pick. Man, okay, Trayvon. I'm not a huge Trayvon Diggs fan. He doesn't play corner quite like I like playing corner, but man, this is sweet. Going from outside cover 3, break inside, guess inside, run the route for him. It works because that's what Diggs is, or it works because that's what Moore is running. It's a sweet route, but man, you almost wish there was some way to, let's see. What about my draft crush Payne Durham to replace Ryan Griffin? Would love it. Like, honestly, you get me Will Mallory or you get me Payne Durham, and I'm a very happy Bear because you could probably get them in the 4th or 5th in some cases. I think they are super underrated, but that's a conversation for, honestly, whatever happens on draft night. Right now, PFF's mock draft simulator has Payne Durham criminally low. Let's see. DJ coming across. Oh, it's a throwback screen. That is hilarious. Did I, John? Because I was trying to talk about the corner. But I do love it. Let's see. See, this is what we like. Sorry to get too distracted, but Payne Durham, I find it hard to look at a guy who's got a 10-yard split at this size and this weight, solid arm length. Like, he didn't do the bench. Probably would have done great on the bench. That guy is strong as all get out. Good burst numbers. Overall, it's nothing silly, but he's certainly an athlete, which is great for a guy like him because he's generally thought to be the slow one, right? Slow top speed, maybe, but find me the tight end in this kind of setup that needs to be like crazy fast. It's more about short area quickness. Let's see, Cody. You mentioned 99% comp to Zach Miller. Was he really? Yeah, ain't bad. Let's see. Have I gotten a chance? You love the idea of Paris as a prospect, but I'd be worried to roll him out, just him and Braxton. What would you be worried about, Cody? Honestly. Purely because you got to remember, okay, Cody, here's the brutal truth. NFL offensive tackles are not very good. Like, compared to what you think they would be, they're not very good. I know the Packers don't make it look like that with a lot of the guys that they seem to be able to just find off the street. I mean, Johnny Two Left Feet apparently is going to look like an all-pro when he goes up against Khalil Mack in a Packers uniform. And we get it. But everybody else suffers from the same problems the Bears do. Scott, I was disappointed, but his contract wigs me out. It makes me wonder if there's something going on there, but it's how it goes. I mean, by the time he got up to 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, $20 million, at least it sounded like, it's like, I don't know. But so honestly, it does feel like that, Ben. Everybody making the Hug 10 Geek comment. Love it. But so the point being that to me, Cody, Braxton got a lot better by the end of the year. I'm not about to say that makes him amazing, but Braxton got a lot better. And if the Bears have faith in him, I can have a little bit of faith in him because he's going to be better and at the very least offer more upside, especially in that run game. Like, say what you will about Braxton as a passing blocker because everybody keeps just limiting Braxton to a pass blocker. But Braxton as a run blocker was a legitimate plus lineman. I mean, when you look at Braxton's PFF grade, for those of you who care, he's in the 70s, and it's because his run blocking grade was that strong. Like, Braxton Jones was a legitimate run blocking weapon, which is huge for this Bears team. Say what you will about it not protecting Justin Fields. When they can eventually pull off actual play action passing, the fact that Braxton Jones can can block really well in that run game is going to help take a little bit of the pressure off because him getting to jump out and smoke somebody is going to be really important to set up some of those play action pockets. So I wouldn't move him if I didn't have to. I actually think you're creating a hole. Paris is about as good as I think you're going to get at a rookie tackle. Like, sure, you're going to find the Sewells and whatnot, but Paris, to me, has a much better and more successful NFL frame than a guy like Skoronski does. Skoronski's arms are just way too short. I feel so bad, right? Because if you got me, Mike McGlinchey, as bad as that contract would have been, you could have drafted Skoronski and the Bears could have absolutely whooped butt on the offensive line. But it's not what we're looking at. The other thing worth remembering, Whitecow, is, I know nobody likes to hear this. When a left tackle struggles with power, generally they lose pretty slow. Like, if a defensive lineman takes the edge on you and just beats you around the corner, they may blindside smoke your quarterback before your point ever, before your quarterback ever realizes they're there, right? If your quarterback beats you on the inside, they may hit your quarterback before your quarterback's finished his drop. If they play through your quarterback or like through your left tackle, your quarterback can step up in the pocket and then leave. He said that, Jeffrey, before the Bears picked up DJ Moore. So I don't know if he'd say it again. But so it's not to say he wouldn't love it, but the Bears only have one pick. Within this, I think the Bears need to get better at these three interior spots. Right now, they've got some amalgamation of Nate Davis, ND, Cody Whitehair, CW, and Tevin Jenkins, TJ. And to me, that is a check mark. That is a horrible check mark. Like I have to erase that. That is a horrible check mark. So that is a check mark, a question mark, and I'm going to give Tevin 2 question marks. So I would like to see help here. And then the right tackle, of course, is it's not even a name. The name is 3 question marks. So to me, I want to see these positions right here get a couple of answers. And while Braxton Jones may not be the absolute best candidate out there, he's pretty much the only check mark on the line, if you ask me, like from last year. Cody Whitehair, especially if he's moving to center, his like down the stretch was so bad that I can't imagine trusting him. Tevin Jenkins hasn't finished the season yet, so I can't imagine trusting him either, let alone after all of the practice scuff-ups. Exactly, Sir Lord. Who doesn't like Jenkins? The question is, honestly, Sir Lord, how is Jenkins in the coaching room? Like, does he put in the effort that you would think he does? And because we don't know, right? We just know that when he got told he was a guard, he skipped practice for a week. I mean, guys, we can't forget this, can we? I mean, I understand maybe water under the bridge, but like, for as much as we love a good grinder, wouldn't it rub you guys the wrong way if you were the coach and your player just didn't show up to practice? Especially, he's rookie year. Remember, he showed up with a plate in training camp, and then there were multiple weeks where Tevin didn't do anything. Like, I remember at the time, Tariq Cohen was doing rehab drills, and Tevin Jenkins was kind of just standing around. Like, I don't know what's going on. It's Terps. It was, let's put it this way. Nobody said he outright skipped practice, but the Bears didn't report an injury. So they told Tevin that he was a guard, and then for, I think, the first 7 days of practice, he did not show up after OTAs. He was 7-ish days late, flat out. And I don't know. I get a weird vibe. Like what Sir Lord's talking about, where it's like there's something off about that dude. Maybe I'm just catching a bad vibe, and I shouldn't be. But I catch a really weird vibe from there. And so Eric, honestly, talk about the same thing, where it's like there's just enough going on that I feel like they're not telling me something. Let's put it this way, Eric. With Darnell Mooney, you heard COVID practice reports about how he went out and about how Darnell Mooney went out by himself and he would set up a little speaker that would call out a receiver cadence, and then he would run that play on random. He basically invented a machine. Not invented. It's not that complicated. But he found a way to practice in COVID hearing the wide receivers, or like hearing the call from the huddle and running it. And so within that, you know that when a guy is out there working hard, right? Because the media will tell you. They love a good story, you know? And with Tevin Jenkins, it feels like there's a lot of people trying to not say things. That's just the impression I get. And yeah, exactly, Sir Lord. I mean, I remember that. If you're talking about when they basically outright said like Tevin Jenkins is on the block, or in some way, like I remember that they were talking about like he's got to earn his way in and a whole bunch of other stuff like that. It's like, this is weird. And so, I don't know. I just wouldn't. Isaac Samalo is still out there. Like, there are decent guards, there are decent tackles. And if the Bears brought in an interior offensive lineman and they moved Tevin to tackle and then they drafted a tackle to compete with him, that works. Like, blind. To use an example, let me spell out the word that I want to see paired with Tevin Jenkins. I want to see and I don't think anybody here is going to disagree with me, right? I think it is a healthy thing to ask Ryan Poles where at all these spots where I have question marks, not all of them, you can't get 3 extra linemen, but at least for whatever position we plan on playing Tevin in, I have no problem bringing in somebody to compete, right? If we think Tevin's going to play right guard, that's great. I wouldn't mind a younger right guard. And if Ji'Ayer Carter wins the job, then you know what? The Bears have a good lineman, right? You can't have too many good offensive linemen. We are not aiming for a team with just 5 offensive linemen that can play. Would we agree? So to me, the way that I would handle these question marks, right? Sure, exactly, John. Like the way I would handle these question marks is bring in competition. And if you get the best out of Jenkins, you win. If you don't get the best out of Jenkins, if Jenkins quits on you, then you have another guy and you get what you can for Jenkins. So you're good either way, right? Like maybe you get a tackle and you get an interior offensive lineman. You get some youth underneath him. And like then the Bears offensive line situation is healthy around Justin Fields. Can I be honest? And I know, big of me to say what I'm about to say, sitting in my house in Dallas, not playing football. But I don't have any problem. I don't have any problem with the Bears hits-esque mentality, meaning that nobody from the Pace era has a free pass. Not Fields, not Mooney, not Tevin, not anybody. You don't need to, right? And so within this offense, within this new regime, I guess, if the Bears stack a bunch of talent on offensive line, so much talent they can't even start every good lineman they have, good. Like that works. That's so much better than what we had. Guys, how many Bears fans have been in here where a couple of Bears fans are how many Bears fans do we have in here that have been Bears fans for at least 5 years, right? Because I have. Like, I've been a Bears fan for closing on 15. But the point being that do we remember when Rashad Coward was the 6th offensive lineman? Do we remember when Ryan Pace said, we got 5 guys? We've got 5 starters, and that's it. And if any of them get hurt, we're screwed. And when somebody got hurt, somebody who just got handed a job in Rashad Coward came in and played awful football. Does anybody here want to return to that? Because to me, when you enter with serious questions at any of the offensive line spots, you are begging for the worst case. Like, I am okay if the Bears are 8 good offensive linemen deep. That's great. If the Bears offensive line is so good, the Bears offensive line room is so good that they have to cut Larry Borum, that's good. These are good problems to have. Good problems to have. I would love to see the Bears move in that direction, right? Where we are almost frustrated, where we're almost frustrated at how much talent the Bears are adding because it feels gluttonous and wasteful at the offensive line. That's how you get close to that 2020 Saints offensive line. That's how you get close to that 2022 Eagles offensive line. It takes investment. It takes turnover. It takes competition. John, if he is, honestly, maybe he figured it out. I mean, he was a converted defensive tackle. But yeah, I agree with you, White Cow. Like, it's going to take time. Mason, my great-grandfather played for the Bears. That's the story I was told. But so we, like, within that, I've been cheering for the Bears. I cheer for every Dallas team. but we've got that connection to the Bears, and so I am rabid, as rabid as they come. Yeah, Eric, that's what I was told. Great grandfather played for the Bears back in the 20s. Clarence Schmitz. I mean, is that the most 20s name you've ever heard? Apparently, it was back in the days of the leather helmets, right, with the Decatur Staleys. Show up for a week and you get a free helmet kind of thing. So we've apparently been Bears fans since then. What was his Raz? Low. His name was Clarence. You gotta imagine that guy was like a 2.5 Raz. But let's see. How about a fellow Schmitz? I mean, I would like it. I'll tell you, I think that if the Bears could get better at center, that would be great. Yeah, exactly, Scott. Right? We have a signed shadow boxed Walter Payton football that there is unironically a lot of argument about who's going to get it in the inheritance chain and when, because it's like signed, autographed, sweetness ball, which is practically family heirloom. Commit mock draftable. I'm curious. I haven't looked this up, Ben. Oh, we still got competition written on there. Pretty much like you'd expect. In this just exactly what you would think Komet would look like. I mean, legitimately fast, legitimately explosive, tall, big, like big hands, horrible 3-cone. Nothing about that surprises me. I think that is hilarious. That this is Cole Kmet. Like that's so funny because looking at this, like I think I remember that, Bradley. Like I just think it's funny when you look at these, because when we look at these charts, I have heard it to death when I'm talking to all kinds of football folk, where some people are like, I don't understand why we do all this testing. Oh, the underwear Olympics. Oh, none of this matters. Oh, I think this is stupid. Oh, there's no correlation. And I'm like, I literally can see these. Like, I don't know about you guys, but like, I look at these charts and I can see them on tape, right? What guys do with their technique within this stuff, yeah, that makes a huge difference. You can be athletic and suck at football. No question, right? But when you watch Braxton Jones, you can see Braxton Jones mock draftable. When you watch Braxton Jones, you can see the arms, you can see the speed, you can see the explosion. Like, am I crazy? High-Tesh, I generally look at mock draftable. I think Raz is helpful. Don't get me wrong. Raz will give you a good idea of what a player is, but I actually want to see what the drills do, because I look at them to tell me different things. Does that make sense? Where High-Tesh, I want to see, the 40 will tell me what a guy's general forward like movement is going to look like. The broad and the vertical, combining them will tell me how quickly he can accelerate. How explosive is he as a player? Let's see, thoughts on Broderick Jones. Looks really good. Outrageously talented. I mean, let me see. Broderick Jones, I think. Jones, mock draftable. Oh, Cody, we've been all over Wanya Morris. I mean, I look at Broderick Jones and I have seen a relatively stout lineman that is crazy athletic. When I see him on film, like he's awesome. Let's see. I know, Bradley. Like, I'm becoming the spider chart guy, and I'll wear it like as my pub. If that ends up being my public thing, then that's that. But I think it's so funny. Let's see. Somebody asked for Darnell Washington, which is just silly, I'm sure. Yep. So this is stupid. Like, I think when you see these, specifically, I guess it's this shuttle, because I assumed, of course, that this was going to be the 3-cone. He dodged the 3-cone, it looks like. But, like, Darnell Washington, to me, because I think we were talking about this a while ago, John. We've been talking about Darnell Washington on and off for 2 months now. Back when I thought he was going to be a late second rounder, and I still thought that was going to be too high for him, I talked about all this projection stuff, and that frankly he was so violent, I was worried he was going to outdraft himself. This is what I'm talking about. Like, this is the ultimate project, isn't it? Darnell Washington with these kinds of measurables could be a superstar. Like, this is an incredible tape. The problem is, Ben, is that his role is teensy tiny. Like, imagine a tight end 2, what that guy is, like a blocking tight end 2. That's all Darnell Washington got. George is so loaded, right? That they don't need him to. And so he didn't do anything. Like, not nothing, right? But he wasn't just sprinting around catching seams. No, Ben. He'll go in the first. Like, Darnell Washington's going to go high. When I look at oh yeah, I get you. Will Mallory is definitely a guy I look at, because while he's smaller, as you can see, we're talking about a heck of an athlete. Like, when I look at Mallory specifically, he's somebody that I think you could steal later. Like, really steal. You'd be looking at trying to recreate like a Tyler Higbee, right? Everybody wants to talk about Sam Laporta. Sam Laporta, mock draftable. And I appreciate it. Laporta's really good, right? Laporta, believe it or not, like popping back and forth, he's not as tall as Mallory is, but it looks like he ran the agility drills and Mallory did not. I think Laporta's got a lot to like, where they're both really good, you know? And we're getting to it, Ben. Everybody keeps asking me for more players, but I don't know. Like, I think I think Mallory's just super underrated, because everything that I've seen on Laporta's film, I see on Mallory's film. Mallory's just in an extremely disjointed offense, right? And I get it. Saying that as if Iowa's is not disjointed is goofy, but at least the Iowa offense runs through the tight end a little bit. It was almost like Mallory was on a team by the end of it that wanted to run the air raid, but they realized that like the air raid kept getting them intercepted, and so they had to run 11 and they had to run 12 a decent bit just to keep everybody playing on the same page. And so whenever Mallory was in the game, Miami's offense was at its best, but that's a conversation for later. Seriously, Eric, right now Laporte is way too popular. I think he's going to be like a mid-second rounder. Like, there are plenty of these guys, Eric, where I think that they're going to get drafted so high that nobody's going to actually have to make that decision. And I think Laporte is one of those guys where the hype he's getting doesn't seem like it's an accident. You know what I mean? You got to remember, guys, that there are people out there that talked, I'll use a silly example. There are people out there that talked to Quessy at the combine, right? And they asked Quessy, what do you think? Or one of the Vikings scouts, right? And the Vikings scouts go, man, I love Sam Laporta. And so then the Vikings writer goes home and suddenly Sam Laporta's in a lot of his drafts, right? When we talk about how hype matters, it's because we don't know who's hyping these guys. But in some of the media members' case, like, you have to beg the question on, do you think Pat Finley is grinding film, right? So when Pat Finley puts out a mock draft, why did he pick those guys? When Brad Biggs puts out an article talking about draft targets, how did he pick that name, right? And so you get guys like Cole Strange, who absolutely everybody fell in love with as a third-round guard, and New England takes him in the first because in a stunning turn of events, people like him, right? And so the guys I really get into are the people nobody's talking about, like the real whisperers. You know what I'm talking about? The people who, like, they should be talking about them, but they're not. And that really gets me going within this. So, Bradley, to answer your question very quickly, you mentioned, do I think hype and media attention is a factor? No. What I'm basically suggesting, Bradley, is that what we see as hype was in some case generated by other excitement. So it's not we're excited about Manziel and therefore GMs are. Though, I mean, we've heard weird stories. Like, was it Jimmy Haslam who famously got told to draft Manziel, and so he did? Like, weird stuff happens. And so I don't know. I can't say for sure. To pretend that I know would be foolish. But it's just a weird coincidence I have where it's like, I would tell you that these two, Mallory and Laporta, you're going to get a very similar player between the both of them. And wouldn't that be perfectly tight end of it, right? Where Laporta hits the NFL and he's got a good career, and then Mallory is in like the 5th or something like that. And because Mallory's in the 5th, he ends up being that tight end that has a really good career, or Payne Durham, and everybody goes, where did this guy come from? Not like George Kittle, but similar. And I'll just be sitting here saying, it was right there for you. But that's separate. Exactly. Right, Ben. But so you wanted Garrett, Wilson, mock draftable, and DJ Moore, mock draftable. Let's see. I always have to figure out what's what. We got 40. We got solid broads. I'm shocked Garrett Wilson's shuttle is this bad, to be honest with you. It looks like the 20. Is that seriously? Moore had a 20-yard shuttle that was 407. That is just stupid. Yes, Prabat, I agree. I think JMS is going to go in the 30s ish. And Tumultuous, you're totally right. You're totally right. It's not to say that this stuff is honestly Tumultuous. That's why I prefer to have 2 drills. Like when he comes out here and he only runs the shuttle instead of running the shuttle and the 3-cone, I get annoyed. Do not let anybody talk you into Trey Palmer. I really hated his tape. But that's a separate thing. Okay, so Donald, that's the issue, right? Okay, so that's a good question, Wiedekow. Let's see, Stefon Diggs, mock draftable. It's worth remembering that Stefon Diggs was also kind of a different guy. Like, Stefon Diggs, okay, so here's a silly way to put it, right? Before I click on this, how do you think Jordan Addison would test? For those of you that have watched his film, right? Think Devontae Smith. How well do you think that Devontae Smith would test? Yeah, Bradley, it did. And it's because I haven't seen Trey Palmer beat man coverage ever. But so he was a 4th rounder, both of you guys, if memory serves. And he tore us up immediately. But so I've just heard a lot of people, Bradley, do the whole like, oh, Trey Palmer, he's pretty fast. And I'm like, yeah, it's all he is. He's got next to no technique. But so anyways, I ask about this because the interesting piece about testing is that it leads me to be really low on guys like Jordan Addison, who I know is a good football player. I know Jordan Addison's a good football player. You could tell on tape. He's got great foot frequency. He's got all kinds of ability to avoid jams. He's got a lot of traits you're looking for. He is a yak wizard. And he's small. He's light. He's not that special an athlete. And so, what? Do I think that this guy's not a first rounder? Of course not. Right? That's where the threshold, that's where this whole, like, how much am I driven by testing and how much am I driven by, like, film really starts to come to a head, right? And everybody's going to go through their process differently. But I personally think that when you ignore stuff like the fact that Jordan Addison is clearly small, like, clearly very small, and that his athleticism scores are very ho-hum, that it's the kind of thing you look at and you're like, okay, what are we doing? And that doesn't mean he's bad. I've got him as my wide receiver 4-ish. I keep going back and forth between him and Hyatt, to be honest. And Hyatt, for instance, is another one. But that's a separate conversation. Did we have anybody else that everybody wanted to look up? Let's see. We did Darnell Washington. We did like Mallory and Laporta. We did Wilson and Moore. Do we want to go back to the Moore film? Honestly, Sir Lord, I think that's a good way to put it. To me, the main thing I look at is that as we watch DJ Moore on some of these routes, like that salivatory attitude that I keep almost bringing out with some of these guys, a lot of it's because when you can run a 82 percentile 40 with 94 percentile broad jump like explosion, and also, oh by the way, your 20-yard shuttle is silly fast, you get the combination of sweet breaks at high speed that are as an explosive player basically lurches out all of the time, right? That's what makes DJ Moore so good. Then you look at the film and guess what? You see it. It looks like that, right? Bradley, just for you. Travis Homer. Did he even get drafted? Draftable. These guys truly do God's work. Look at that. Travis Homer, superstar, obviously. I wonder, now that you mention it. Let's see. 87% Ty J. Spears. That is so funny. Who were we just looking at? Is it it wasn't Cole Kmet. Oh, it's Payne Durham, right? He's got the traits. 99% Zach Miller. I've never seen anybody comp that hard to another player. That is so funny. Like, that's a good guy to be comped to, too. Like, Zach Miller was awesome. I really love what Payne can do, man. Like, Payne in particular is the kind of guy that I can point at and be like, I know for a fact he's going to be able to block his butt off for you. And he's also a shockingly good short size receiver. Let's see. Yeah, no kidding, right? That hand size is crazy. Reminds me of Tariq. We've all seen Tariq's spider chart, so I don't need to bring it up. But his hand size is hilarious. Like, you look at Tariq Cohen's hand size, and you can see why he was as good a receiving back as he was. Let's see. Ben, you make it sound like you weren't here for last week's stream, where we did in fact look at Jackson Smith-Jigba's mock draftable. But for you, for one of my loyals, I'll absolutely show you that what I love to see is when a player can come out here and show you an elite trait that's elite on the film too. And Jackson Smith-Jigba's agility is silly. Like, I mean, you go down here, you look at these times. You won't see times under 4. Getting close to 4 is crazy. Psycho crazy. Like, he 3-coned and he shuttled so fast that it shows you that agility that you're seeing on film is legit. And that's what matters within this context. And so, getting back to a little bit more film, because frankly, I want to watch more DJ Moore film. There he is, number 2 up at the top. Oh. That is beautiful. It's the fact that Moore can run the deep routes, but he can also run all these little things. And moreover, okay, how many guys do we have in here? How many folks do we have in here that watched some of the streams with me, especially the really depressing ones late down the road? I know we had some. Like Donald, you were in here. Turu, you've been in here. I know we got some of the people, WFM, you're in here. This is very similar. Like, the main thing that I want to point out is watch the way that Moore is open on time. This is so key and different, in my opinion. That Moore, yeah, I know you are, John, right? Moore not only gets open, but he snaps down and is is there when the throw needs him to be. One move, catch the ball. This is how the NFL loves route runners. Like, Christopher, it's extremely similar to what JSN is, but it's on the external piece of the field. Like, JSN, to use an example, is going to dominate in this box. DJ Moore is literally going to dominate outside of that box. In theory, I'm just saying, if you had both, you'd have a guy, or you'd have two guys that could dominate at functionally every level of the football field. But within these guys, or within DJ, it is funny to watch that his area of expertise is everywhere else. The good news is that Fields is kind of allergic to, let me see, like this area of the field, Fields does not like it. So the fact that DJ Moore is as good as he is in the rest of the field is very good for Bears fans, because that's where Fields likes to throw the ball naturally. But a route like this, I mean, like, I can't believe that after all that spider charting, we come back. Not only do we get a DJ Moore target, because the Panthers were so allergic to these, but it's really that sweet. Like, really that sweet. Man. Oh, yeah, even at Ohio State. Ohio State didn't run much over the middle. They didn't have to. Like, their guys could win on the outside, and Fields, like, I would love that, Turu, to still go get JSN, but I just don't think it's that easy. I would love for it to be, but like, I think the Bears need tackle help really badly. I think they need trench help. Like, okay, this doesn't matter. Forget it. It's gonna be popular. You guys are gonna like it. Ugh. Love you guys. Let's do PFF mock draft simulator. Let's do like a 5-rounder. Pick the Bears. Let's see. I agree with you, Foster. You can't just build a team through that. Let's see. This is pretty good, honestly. Like, Young, Richardson, Carter goes, Stroud goes, Anderson goes, Gonzalez goes, Levis goes, Wilson goes. Sounds about right. So this is the standard choice. I mean, this is the way everybody keeps talking about this, right? So if it's me, I take a look at my options. Okay, we've got options at 17, at 42, and 44. What is Pittsburgh willing to offer me? 17, 9, 32? Sure, right? I would probably trade down also. But just so we're all on the same page, I would trade down. But I am not Donald. I think most defenses, you're tempted to take Witherspoon. I think in this defense, you get to that later, right? Especially with how bad the Bears need trench help. And so let's be clear, guys, okay? If I could get 17, 32, and 9, I would do it, right? No question. If I could get 49 back, I would do it. For the sake of the fact that I don't want to ruin the mock draft and frankly ruin the point that I want to make, because I think it's better to discuss current Bears scenarios, I'm going to roll with Paris Johnson, because that's the pick that I would trust, and so that we can make the point that I want to make about the defensive line, right? So you've drafted Paris Johnson. Again, would have traded down. Would have loved to have traded down. But I'm not here to brag and like cook up super fun draft scenarios so much as in this case, I want to point out that, and so taking a look, Tomey just got taken, which is a huge bummer. I think Felix, I can never pronounce his name because I've just called him FAU. Felix is a kind of guy that I think fits perfectly within this defense and would fit a lot of what the Bears want to do. You got to take him here. I think you also have to take immediately Keanu Benton, assuming he's still here. We just lost JMS and Matt Bergeron for the price of what we wanted to do, but Keanu Benton to me is pretty much a must in this case. So I take him. We get down here. We take the best lineman available. I think that's going to be Luke Whipplier. And so Tippmann's a good option too. Honestly, both of them are solid. This is why I'm not studying the offensive line. You would definitely have to push me so that I didn't pick Charbonnet. Because I want him. I want him really badly. And I would love Brent's too. I mean, Turu, I'm right there. But it's more to say that like the whole reason I cracked open this draft simulator is to point out that the Bears defensive line is bad. But like you get two of these guys and now they're like bad but fun, right? And so you end up with a better team. It's not fixed, right? You're still going to need multiple drafts. But if you get a guy like Phoenix or you get a guy like Tommy, you get a guy like Benton, you start to stack a team together that comes out better. You get a guy like, let's see, yeah, no kidding, right? But so within this, I would probably take the best lineman available. So I'll probably go with like Tippin. Like, and then you get a long drop. Maybe the Bears do trades. But like right now, I'm going to turn into one of those quote unquote media members, right? That is not trading back to make a point, because it's not about what deal can the Bears get. It's not about can I school the draft simulator in this case. What I want to do is point out that the Bears' first 4 picks could literally all be trench guys, and the team gets better. And then at that stage, now you've got a starting level tackle that could start immediately. You've got a center that you want to take over next year, and if needed, he can step in this year. You've got a 1 tech that can play a little bit of 3 tech that may very well turn into a guy that's a flat dude. And you've got an edge defender that may not be like your edge 1, but he's going to be a lot better than Travis Gibson. Does that make sense, guys? Where then you've got Travis Gibson, Felix, and Walker playing on a defensive line that sure needs some help, absolutely, but that's just like it gets, like you said, you go from bad to developmental, which I think would be a much easier season to watch. Right here, I'm picking Michael Wilson. Like, given no other free agency ads, Michael Wilson has Bears offense screaming its name. Like, he is big, he's a hard blocker, he is exactly the kind of guy that might be a flat out steal. This is what we wanted Equanimeous St. Brown to be. And he separates, just like you would want for a guy like Justin Fields. So I love him. I love him for the Bears. I didn't think he made sense because I kept telling you guys the Bears are going to add a free agent, and where they really need help is their number 1 receiver. Well, they surprised me. They got a number 1 receiver. And so now they need the guy who would have been their free agent. So I take Wilson. And then coming down here, we've got some options. Like maybe the Bears could reach on a corner. I think that you've got to go halfback and tight end at this point. So I know that that's an awful lot of offense. But what I would probably do, taking a look at my options, I'll tell you, I know everybody loves Deuce. Everybody loves Deuce. I love Eric Gray. So I would probably snag Gray. And then I look at the tight ends, and a lot of my favorite guys are like way too low on this list, if you ask me. Kuntz can flat play. Honestly, I almost feel bad not taking Kuntz, but I think Kuntz is going to be way above like a lot of these. I think a lot of these tight ends are going to be out of this range. So I would take either Mallory, or having Payne Durham down at rank 340 is a crime. And so, PFF's going to have to get arrested for the fact that they've got Payne down there. But I'm assuming that they will want a blocking tight end, like a more traditional Y, to pair with a Cole Kmet type that's turning into a little bit more of a U. So I'm going to take Payne because, again, I think a lot of the other guys are going to be gone. And I'm trying to give you guys, in case it's not clear, me overdrafting Payne Durham is me trying to give you a sense of the guys that will and won't be there. I think there are going to be a lot of these names that will fall because that's the nature of things. I think PFF has a lot of these guys that are just flat better than what they're being listed as. For instance, Yaya Diaby, I shouldn't be able to get him here at 149, but I take him every time I can because it's fun. But the rest of it is all just more me showing a point. The Bears also have a couple second or seventh rounders that I did not choose to opt into. But if you ended up with a grade like this, Foster, what are you thinking about Eric Gray? 'Cause I just see dude Eric Gray. Embarrassing. Oh man. Choking on water. Nothing like it. Prabhat, there are a lot of really sweet halfbacks. I mean, really sweet runners. Eric Gray is one of my favorites. He's the kind of guy that lacks a top gear, but he makes up for it in first step. Honestly, guys, that was probably my biggest issue with Montgomery, like while he was here. And I say that with like a heavy heart. The fact that he's in Detroit really sucks. But Montgomery's first step was almost worse than his top speed. And yeah, Eric's suspect hands are... I don't think they're that bad, but they're not as smooth as other guys, right? So you're not getting a true, I don't know, like every down back, but he played in Oklahoma. Like, he wasn't just a pure runner. In this case, Donald, honestly, I don't know what they would do with Paris. Like, from a protection standpoint, I don't think that LT and RT are all that different, but from a payment standpoint, they absolutely are. So you're probably going to want to put Paris over at left. I think it sucks that you have to flip one of your linemen, but I'm not drafting an RT either. Another option that the Bears could do, all right, we'll do one more, and then I do want to finish some of the film that we had, but let's see. How do I do another one? New. So let's see. We'll do another fiver. Honestly, let's just go to 4 because I'm going to pick literally the same dudes. So we'll start this. Now we go with the situation where Tyree Wilson falls. I'm glad he did, because if not, I was just going to draft Van Ness. So let's say they take the defender, right? Let's see, John, you mentioned that Braxton is a better RT than LT. It makes sense. Let's see. Because, Mauro, you mentioned that we could trade down. We could. Like, here we could get the Titans 11. We could get the Commanders 16. But I really want to do scenarios where is it better for the Bears to draft their edge early, or is it better for the Bears to draft their tackle early? So here they take Tyree Wilson because, quote unquote, we can't pass up on Tyree Wilson. And they shouldn't. I think the fall is awfully long. I think a trade down makes so much sense. But now we're sitting at, what do we got? Steve Avila is a good player. That's the kind of guy that if he falls, you're feeling pretty good about him. Tomey is right there, which is awesome, but this doesn't help us. Seeing Cody Mock go just above us, seeing us lose out on, like, the crazy part is, you look at a lot of these, the last tackle that we would say is super sick is Darnell Wright. And he's there at 38. So, like, you're not literally locked into Matthew Bergeron. And I'm not one of the guys who's doing OL in our project, the building the board stuff, which, by the way, free agency has really put a torpedo in for a moment. So thank you for hanging with us. But within this, I'd probably take Bergeron. I think Bergeron's a good player. And because you just added, like, and I totally understand that everybody here is freaking out about a Debaware, but if you don't have a tackle in this scenario, you are hurting yourself. You can't, Donald. You can't. Because at this point, you're hoping that Poles learned his lesson from, we can't pass on Brisker. We'll get whatever best receivers there at 71. And I tend to agree with you on the value piece, but this is drafting for need. This is if the draft started today, right? what do you have to do? And I tend to agree with you. These are great conversations. Like, Avila's the best player that you're going to get. But the best tackle? Like, you probably have to go Bergeron. But it's kind of a boring pick. Joe, I don't think so. Because you got to remember, Joe, they shotgun approached four offensive linemen. Yes, he found Braxton, but he also found Kramer. He found Carter, who hasn't done anything yet. I mean, rookie, so whatever. And he found Martin. It takes time, but part of me thinks you could go with like the 1-year deal. Part of me thinks that what you could do is, in this case, oh man, this is it, isn't it? You have to take Avila, and then you have the hard, awkward conversation. We lose Tommy, sucks. You have the hard and awkward conversation with Tevin Jenkins, where you tell him, so Tevin, have you ever considered starting at tackle? Donald, you got to remember also that while he did get poached, the Bears just drafted a bunch of athletic dudes. Yeah, Haplo, I agree. That's the thing, Shane. Worst case scenario, you could get Luan, you could get somebody on like a 1-year deal. You just know how this would go. And like you're saying, Donald, then we talk ourselves into, well, it's best one between, Riley Reef, whoever the new Riley Reef is, right? Riley Reef and Tevin Jenkins. Yeah. But we gambled. We won. At 61, I still think I could cheat, because if I cheat, Keanu Benton's still going to be there. But let's see. In this case, we'll take Bergeron and we'll take Benton, because, again, LOL. I mean, that'd be awesome. Then they come here. We could take somebody else. Why would I? I don't want to think right now. And then fall on down the board. I don't know what to do down here. Like, there are plenty of times where I look at this lately and I'm like, what am I doing? So I'm just gonna pick Zach Kuntz. So that we can do a new one. And then we'll show the trade down scenarios. And I only want to do 3 rounds this time. Pop. Let's take our trade down offers. Good. The Commanders. The Commanders are actually just who I wanted to go with. So let's see. Honestly, Wida, I think it's not even unlikely. But so you trade down to 16, and let's see what our options are. We go down. Hooray. Trade is accepted. By the way, I think okay, so I did this a little while ago. Check this out. Okay, so I went back to the PFF mock draft simulator Wayback Machine. Are we following this? Do we all know what the Wayback Machine is? You can go to websites basically back in time, right? It's an archive of the internet. So let's go to the PFF mock draft simulator from 2023 in February, right? And it's going to load. And the whole point of this is to show something. Hey, Jordan, how are you? I want to show something that I thought was really interesting. So if before the draft starts, we are going to trade with the Panthers, we are going to take 9, round 1, round 2, 61, 4-1, and also DJ Moore. This trade has a 79% chance to be accepted. So going back to what you're seeing, if your trade is somewhere between 70 and 90% likely, you could probably do it in real life. It's not a bad guideline, right? I wonder if you get below there, if that's remotely real. Like, I don't know if any team's actually going to go out there and pull off the true heist of 20% or something like that. Because I wanted to put out a tweet, of course, that said Ryan Poles pulled off a draft haul that you can't even do in the simulator, but you totally can do it in the simulator. And that was super interesting to me. But anyways, it was sort of just a guideline. So if you actually got down to 16, and let's see, we get Paris, we get Skaronski, we get 11, we get, let's see here. So this is the big question mark that happens once you get here. Let me see. Let's see, mock draftable. Was Anton Harrison that fast? Is he that short? It's not that short. 6'4". I mean, it's not 6'8". Let's see. The problem here is that once you get below this water line, you kind of, I don't want to say you're stuck. You're not stuck, right? But you lose out on a lot of the players that you probably would have really wanted. Now, you could be a psychopath, so we're gonna really lean into this, right? Where we will. There's no way. Let's see. We'll go 16 for 26 and 58. Anton Harrison's still there. DeJuan Jones. You know in my heart that I want to take. There's no way you got taken, right? Broderick Jones didn't fall to us. Might have taken Broderick there, honestly. Back up at 16. That's not a bad call. Will McDonald rules. Bijan would be a funny one here. You guys think Anton Harrison fits? Those of you that have actually watched him? I cannot pretend to know, so I won't. Because if you think he fits, that's great. Jordan loves Anton. Good. 26, they draft Anton Harrison. They fall to 47, which we just traded for. And they take Tomey. They go to 53. Man, now we got options. Because we've still got like 4 picks left. You don't have to rush anything. Honestly, you can pick Avila if you wanted to. I might. I want Tyreek Stevenson at this point. We lost out on Avila, but we got a really, really, really good corner. Which I think is fine with. Julius Brent's going at 56, which is pretty much right where I had him about a week ago. I'm trying to take little draft laps. I think Stevenson, Mario, is the better corner of the two. I think Brent's has all of the traits on the face of the earth. But I think Stevenson has most of the same traits with a whole lot more experience and, frankly, a little bit more savvy. Brent's can and likely eventually will, but there is a mental piece to corner that you just have to that you have to play into, in my opinion, that I think that Brent's still working on. I mean, you got to remember that Brent's played in the Big 12. It's not that it's easy. It's that it's different. And frankly, a lot of the guys are a lot smaller. I think Whippler makes a lot of sense. So then we come down here at 61. I'm going to be a sadist. I'm going to pick Charbonnet because we have the extra pick. And then I'm going to pick Benton. I really don't like Carter. We only did 3 rounds. But if in those first 3 rounds, the Bears ripped out Anton Harrison, Tomey, Tyreek, Stevenson, Whippler, Charbonnet, and Benton, I mean, I would hand polls. I would petition to hand polls the keys to the dang city. It's crazy. And so, let me see. Yeah, that's how I felt, Donald. But so, it's a little both. I mean, you got to remember that what the Bears desperately need right now is that they need like a one technique that can stonewall the rush. Foster, the problem that I have within this is that Ika is so big. Okay, you got to remember, Foster, to use an example here. Siaka, Ika, double. We are talking about one of the slowest and least agile players in his draft class, which, don't get me wrong, Siaka Ika is a very good football player, but he doesn't even have the gas to finish his own pass rushes. He's a really good pass rusher, but he can't finish it. And so it bothers me in the world in the world of an NFL shifting more towards outside zone, pin and pull, and a lot of these other outside aiming runs for a guy to come in that is so poor at playing laterally that you just wonder what he's even going to do on those downs. And so that's something I'm certainly thinking about. I mean, he honestly came in, what is that, at 335, which is not that bad compared to what I would have expected him to be at. I thought he was going to be close to 370, at least based on the way he played at Baylor. But it's more to say, let's see, does the arm length, it's interesting you say that. I think so. Did you realize that he's got pretty good arms, Eric? Because it's in like the 68th percentile there. But so if the Bears came away with something like this, I think that they're a much better team, like much, much better team. I think that guys like, because I tend to agree, or like I said, Jordan, I'm not going to pretend to know, but I've heard enough good things from guys like you, guys like Quentin about Anton Harrison, that I'll trust your take on it. And then guys like Tomey, within guys like Whippler, you get the bodies you need, because the Bears need young, talented bodies. And here they, that's hilarious, Mario. Here they steal, a really talented runner in Charbonnet and a really talented corner in Stevenson that they don't get without trading down. And then let me see, any of your Baylor Bears I'd love to have on the team. Not this year, Damo, as much as I'd love to. The fact that we got a Baylor Bear in Ebner and that was the one that we got, I was like, you're killing me, guys. It made me laugh out loud that I was like, we drafted him? I remember looking at that one and people were like, Robert, what do you think? And I was like, I don't think he's very good. I don't know what you mean. But yeah, let's see. They have to close that gap between 9 and 54. I tend to agree, Mario. The only problem is that I don't think that this is off base. Maybe not literally this, but the idea of if you move off of 9, you probably cost yourself Paris Johnson. And then it's a matter of which offensive tackle do you like after that. And if Ryan Poles continues to play truly the most dangerous game with offensive tackle, then that's going to be a very dangerous game to play. But if they go out there and they sign, if I could just prop him up a little bit, if they sign just about anybody off of like Jordan's list, because Jordan, I know you've got a list. Like the guys that are solid, the guys that aren't going to get paid $1 bazillion, but they're going to be good football players all the same. And you get one of those at tackle instead of nobody. And frankly, if you can get another one of those guys at guard, give yourself a little bit of that positional versatility, the flexibility to take whoever's best. I think you could trade back a good couple times and grab yourself a really good draft class. I don't think that there's a monstrous difference between some of the guys you can get in that second round, like these, that'll do some really big things for you, at least in the simulator so far. Wouldn't surprise me if Tomey in particular ends up being a first rounder and that a couple of the guys that are in here will fall. I think we're going to get a lot of mix up. I really don't like Keely Ringo, to use an example. Wouldn't surprise me to see people take him in the early second because a lot of his late season tape is poor. I'm not an expert on every single player here, and I'm not going to pretend to be, but I know when I see a couple of these players, I think this board's going to look really different, like when it actually happens, because a guy like Ringo is somebody that is here, like he's in the low 20s because like because he was for 10 weeks of the college football season, and when nobody could challenge Georgia even a little bit, and 2 games wasn't going to be enough to knock him out unless NFL GMs literally texted these scouts, hey, we actually hate this guy, LMAO. And even then, they may not do it. Let's see, what do I think about trying to package 2 of the 3 picks to climb up? I would get really mad, Prab, just because the Bears need picks. They need young, controllable contracts. They need guys in that 50 to 65 range. I know these aren't literally going to all be... I know these guys are not going to literally all be there, but some of them will by the pure nature of the draft. And so whoever falls, they need to be there to catch them. Like, will the Bears be able to get Keanu Benton at 64? I don't know. That seems actually pretty low for him. I've got him in the 50s. Will they be able to get a guy like Tippmann or Whippler or Tomey in the 40s to 50s? I don't know. But if they don't, they'll be able to get a guy like Stevenson or Brents or Avila or any of the other options that fall on account of it. And to me, that's the magic of having the picks. I would trade down. I think the Bears need more players than they need the best players, and they've got 2 firsts for next year. So they're ready. But it would be, I got to be honest with you guys, it would be pretty badass to be the fan of, or like to be a fan of the team that goes from number 1 to number 16 off of 2 trades, collects an absolute load of picks, and just goes to work. You know? It'd be awesome. It'd be awesome. And I agree with you, Jordan. I think you get some phenomenal C's, you get some phenomenal tight ends, you get some phenomenal halfbacks. I mean, you know, exactly, John. Like, God forbid Jahmyr Gibbs is in that range, because he could be a Bear in a heartbeat. No, but you got some sweet halfback options that aren't just him. Let's watch a little bit more of this as I slowly fall asleep. Because once again, we have gone too far. Yeah, are you talking about Gibbs, Jordan? Because the fact that people are like coy about how good he is, I'm like, so did we watch the film or not? Because that's not me trying to be too sassy. It's more like you watch Gibbs and I hear some people that are like, I don't know. And I'm like, how don't you know? Like, Jahmyr Gibbs is electricity incarnate. I mean, he's so good at football. I mean, frankly, I almost feel like if you showed people like Jahmyr Gibbs, I'll tell you what, John, if you showed people Jahmyr Gibbs and you told them that was Bijan Robinson, with the way people talk about Bijan Robinson, I don't think people would catch it. Does that make sense? Like, in a world where in a world where you were able to somehow get around the jersey problem, obviously. But like, if somebody had vaguely heard about this Bijan Robinson guy and you went, oh yeah, this is Bijan Robinson, he plays for Alabama, and just lied. I wonder. At Gibbs's wake tape? No. Have you, Damo? What'd you see? Let's see. Hold out with us, Jordan. Charbonnet would be so sweet. So sweet in this offense. And he's such a good player. I think Roshan would be a baller too. You don't have to pretend he's totally his own guy. I do think the Bears are probably going to take a halfback with one of these picks, though. I mean, I don't even think they're hiding it at this stage. It's not to be too tinfoily. It's more like, look at the guy they just signed. Here we go. Here we go. More going for Yak. Like, they let Montgomery walk, and they signed a teamer And well, you got to remember. So Eric, the picking up a blitz thing is traditionally an NFL role more than it's a college role. And so a lot of guys in college, they'll just play fast five. Like the fast five is a play call type where they'll go four in one direction, like four routes, and then the halfback will kick out. And so think of it this way. Ji'Ayer Gibbs can cut a blitzer. Ji'Ayer Gibbs can this is probably the way that I would suggest it to you. If you think about it mentally, Ji'Ayer Gibbs can cut down a blitzer if he absolutely has to. Ji'Ayer Gibbs can chip an edge rusher, and Ji'Ayer Gibbs, one skill that not a lot of people think about, because if you think about this, what I'm about to suggest to you, or what I'm about to explain to you guys, Khalil Herbert is categorically terrible at. Like when the pocket forms and the running back is in a check and release, one thing that a lot of running backs are not very good at is squeezing out of the pocket and getting open. But Gibbs is really good at it. And if you can do it really fast, you are creating a dump out option that wasn't there before that player began to impact your team. And the reason that matters is because it's pass protecting in the inverse. Instead of literally pass protecting and keeping your quarterback upright via a block, you're keeping your quarterback upright by giving him a place to put the ball that isn't him being on the ground. So a lot of the smaller running backs, that's more their type of pass pro. Yeah, I guess that's my pass protection. Oh, yeah. You mean good old... Is that DeMarcus Lawrence, 94? I think so. Not really, Jordan. I mean, what am I going to do? Edmonds is the guy that a younger college grad assistant Matt Eberflus would doodle dreaming about. Like, what am I supposed to say, right, Jordan? Like, tall, outrageously long coverage linebacker. Moves like that. Not to mention he's 24. Like, is he younger than Velus Jones? I think Edmonds might be younger than Velus Jones. Oh, we've done it, Ben. And he's huge. I don't know. That's pretty much how I feel, Jordan. Like, it's a huge bet. By that you mean the fact that it's 4 years, as much guaranteed as it is, $18 million. Like, it's... Goodness, that is crazy. Like, it's a huge contract. Handing that kind of contract to functionally any linebacker will always freak me out. But I'm just not going to complain about it too much because I know who the coach is, and I may disagree with him, but this is a his guy if I've ever seen a his guy. And so I think that there's something to be excited about, and certainly what we've seen in Edmonds' film is fun. Like, oh, it's Anthony Rush, no kidding. Man, I know there's a sitting safety right here, so Darnold can't throw this ball. But like, little stuff like that is so nice, where it's just like, come on. It's really struggling with this 21 film. Pop. Route running looks easy. That's free agency, Jordan. The Bears are over here paying Tremaine Edmonds like he's Fred Warner. And the Chiefs are paying a right tackle, $60 million guaranteed, $20 million average to play left tackle even though he's never played left tackle, and hopefully he'll be average at the position. Paying free agents absolute top dollar to hopefully be above average. That's the NFL, baby. To be fair, it never made sense when Wagner signed that deal either. Like, that was just silliness. And that just blew up the linebacker contract market. I mean, I always felt bad for Eric Kendricks. There we go. DJ Moore is absolutely dominating this game. Oh my gosh. Could literally watch that all day. So much separation. Absolutely no trouble with the hands. In stride, up the sidelines. Cuts back upfield. 40 some odd yards. And here's the man named Chosen. Getting a tote. Honestly, WFM, none of our wide receivers catch that. Jordan, he's just so fun to watch. He's pretty much everything I could imagine Fields would ever want. Oh, does Darnold get hit? Oh, bummer. Yeah, certified dog. Look at that separation. Wave your hands all you want, Trayvon, but like, snap. 2 yards. It's just like every play. I would love to be a fly on the wall of the offensive meetings for whatever happened this year. Seriously. I can almost understand the Panthers trading DJ Moore because his body language is so bad near the end of the season. Like, Moore hated this offense. Can you even blame him? In 21, this was better. I don't remember that. What did Rule say? Like, it honestly, when you say last year's 2022, Foster, or are you talking 21? Man, look at this. Pop. Those Ben McAdoo West Coast calls couldn't have been less. Couldn't have been less DJ Moore. Like, in terms of how the offense could, should, would be structured. Yeah, he got fired early. Yeah, Foster, this looks like an even better player, isn't it? Like, he's open all the time. Jordan, that is about as Rule thing as I could envision saying, hey, no. You need to shut up. Because I hired this guy. And I like him. This is a good play by Trayvon. Man, it feels like there are so many of these plays. There's no magic receiver who's open all the time, especially against a Pro Bowl corner. Because say what you will about somebody like Trayvon Diggs. He can play. Man, that is easy. Doesn't this look easy? Quick handoff. Just give him the ball. See ya. Jordan, you are such a deep cutter. It would be exactly who you are. To be like, I'm excited for Darnold. I'll tell you what, the QB battle in San Fran is going to be unironically fun. Unironically fun. The good news, Foster, is that if Bears fans get their way, honestly, okay, is Fields by default the best quarterback that DJ Moore has ever played with? It's a more nuanced question than meets the eye, because it's a question of basically how much do you have to prove versus how much of it is raw talent, right? And obviously I want to be the homer and be like, yes. But I don't know. I mean, it's funny. I think it could easily be. Yeah, 2018 Newton's probably the best so far. There he is. Darnold, no. Sam. We're so open. Look at that. Honestly, Mario, now I've just got this sick piece of me that actually medium likes going through all the games. Oh, man. I mean, obviously, this is a zone route. It doesn't really matter. But instead, we're going to throw an interception. Bomber. What's neat about watching this game is that this offense, every third play, is just like, let's just stash the ball in with DJ Moore, and they're getting down the field on account of it. Nice play, 30. I mean, that's the thing, though. Honestly, Donald, that I think is the primary point. Man, Trayvon, that is an awesome play. No way. Trayvon sat this the whole way. I don't even think that there's anything DJ can do about that. Like, this is a punishment of predictability. Because Darnold's got no reason not to throw this. Trayvon just breaks like a mad person. Oh, man. Great play. Gotta. Ooh. He ran too many of them. Mario. I've realized that the energy totally goes down after midnight. And I mean, like, why wouldn't it? A man can only have so much gas. Oh, hospital pass. Darnold, no. Oh, we cannot be doing this. Ooh, ugly. What are we let's going, Oblivion? Are you turning the energy up? feel like Jordan, I don't know. I feel like it almost has to be. TJ Edwards is awesome. I cannot believe that move happened. Nate Davis rules. Like, that's a really, really, really solid move. But the whole trade down from 1 and specifically prioritizing Moore over what was suggested to have been Pittman and Wilder, right? Like, that's the kind of thing where I look at and I'm like, I can't believe that Indianapolis thought. Now, granted, you would be absolutely raking Indianapolis if you managed to get a second, a first, 4, and Pittman. But it's like, I don't know. I think Moore is so much better than the other options, whereas Pittman would have been another pretty good player. But so within that, like, I'm with you. I think Nate Davis is awesome. Like, it's funny, or it's wild watching his tape and being like, man, this guy is like exactly who you would want. Like, exactly who you'd want at guard. I'm so excited that he's on the Bears. He does what he can. He's not a superstar athlete, but he goes to work. He's so consistent. His pass blocking is really, really good for what it is. And I love watching it. Like, it's funny because the guys that they are signing can play. Like, this isn't quite like Pace, where every single year we would have at least one signing where we would go like, oh, you were kidding me. We handed that money to him. Whereas now it's like, oh, we're just not signing enough. Exactly. To me, Jordan, Moore looks like Olave. Not literally, but looks like he looks like Olave did at OSU, which, I mean, we've talked about it on this channel a lot, where there's 2 ways to fix this. Justin Fields needs to throw with more anticipation. Also, the Bears could find ways to get their receivers Ohio State open. And DJ Moore is Ohio State open. And it's fun to watch. Oh, man, that was filthy. Filthy. And we still score. Ah! Dirt. Wide open. No problem. Touchdown. I mean, in simple ways, I'm so confident that Fields will throw the ball to this guy. And that is enough for me. Like, that's Fields open. That's certainly Fields open. Oh my gosh, was he really? He was. That corner just gets shattered. Like, I mean, he's zombie walking the whole way down. Dude got crushed. Ooh, that is so good. That is so good. Bang. Easy as it gets. Easy as you could ask for. Bears haven't had any of that. You know, it's so funny because the guy like Moore, of course you could draft Marvin Harrison. Like, of course you could. But there's some sweet edges next year too. Like, the Rome will not be built in a day. The only piece of this that I keep muttering to myself is that it's easy for everybody to pencil in Marvin Harrison, and I'm here for it. Like, I'm not anti-Marvin Harrison. It's more that if DJ Moore comes out and he plays really, really well, and Darnell Mooney, I'm so curious as to what, if anything, Darnell Mooney's going to get extended for. It would be sweet. Holy cow. I just am interested in what we're going to think that the Bears need. And I hope it's not a lineman. I would love for the Bears to be relatively well set at lineman if I got to choose. Oh, man, another one. Let's see. I agree with you, Donald. A secondary question that I have that I would be super interested to hear what you think, Donald, is, okay, so if you're, what do you do with Claypool? It is honestly like, yeah, right, Ben. Um, if you're if Claypool comes out and plays well, you just got to let him go and get the comp pick afterwards, right? Like, with the way the Bears receiving room is shaping up, you can't pay all three, even if you thought he was pretty good. Like, you can't pay all three, right? Or can you? I'm super interested to hear what Mooney's going to get. I have to imagine they love him. Like, Mooney just oozes football guy. He seems like exactly the kind of guy that is all ball all the time. And let's see. Let the Bengals tell it. You can. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, Tyler Boyd, he got sent off. Oh, for Chosen. Has to be able to, Jordan. It's so good, John. It's so good. And the best case scenario is if somehow you get the deal of your life. Yeah, no kidding, right, Eric? It hurts, doesn't it? Means more time for draft content, I guess. Man, I am still wigging out of or off that end zone rep for DJ Moore. That was so filthy. Oh, and there he is again. You are joking me. I mean, I understand it's just a halfback angle, but like, you want to talk about weaponizing some of the stuff that you got? I mean, like, come on, man. What are you supposed to do? Oops. You know, next gen stats is probably going to chart that as what? 8 yards of separation on a blown coverage? Man. I'd sit here and act like he did that. But kudos to the Panthers. They drew it up. They got what they wanted. Certainly DJ Moore didn't make it look hard. Which piece? Like, giving him the work? Oh, man. Does he twist up the corners? Talk about closing out. That is some good tape. Oh, man. Certain got destroyed a couple times. By the way, we're at 132 members. If you were here and you didn't like the stream, this is your moment to do it. Love you. We are at 1 in the morning, so that's about it. But man, what a solid. I don't know. It's a complex feeling as a Bears fan because all of these signings I really can get behind. I really can. Like, it's not to be 128 likes. Love it. I need a new likes record. Like, I need a little thing that charts the running likes record. Maybe 128 is a good place to start for now. But we'll see if we can't build up some momentum as we just try to stream every week. Anyways, the Bears need to address some of the most important positions. Like, this feels like we are cooking a dinner, right? And we just went and we just got a bunch of spices, and we got a bunch of the spices. We got some of the sides. We have this theoretical plan to go get some of the proteins, to go get some of the entrees, but we haven't got them yet, right? And so we'll see what happens. I mean, I personally think that there's a lot of different ways. If Wynn and Isaac got signed tomorrow, and you mean Isaac Smalo, right? I'd think that was great. I really would. Like, I haven't deep dived on Wynn, but I think Samalo can absolutely play in this scheme. And I think, let's see, who's in the fridge? You mean like Orlando Brown or me? But so, like, I don't know. I sit here and I think to myself that the Bears need some of these tackles. Honestly, they just need some linemen. Like, they need some decent linemen. If they got DeForest Buckner, that'd be wild. I mean, who wouldn't love DeForest Buckner? Jordan, the gist that I get is I think there's a chance that Tevin... Let me put it this way, Jordan. There is a piece of this that 3 years ago I got explained to me that changed the way that I looked some of this stuff, which is that we don't get to know what he is in the end, or like what he is as far as how he can be coached. Right? Okay, I'm talking like it's 1 a.m. We don't get to know in many cases what it's like to coach him, and we got to remember we're talking about a guy that Mike Gundy basically implied if he feels like playing, he could be really great. So for a coach out there that comes in and is like, hits, like, work hard, take coaching, it makes me wonder if there's a, I just wonder if something's there, right? You talk about people willing to throw Tevin by the wayside. I mean, obviously the fact that he can't finish the season does not help. But that notwithstanding, there's a chance Poles and Eberflus may just not like him. But I don't know. Like, as a person, not as, like you're saying, Donald, he can absolutely play on the field. But they may not like him as a person. And they may feel like that matters. Whether we think that matters, whether we think it matters, that they think it matters, is for us to decide. And you may not agree, but that's the impression that I get, that it may be more to do with off-field attitude and on-field lack of growth in some cases than it is anything else. But I don't know. That's totally me just speculating. But either way, guys, it's always great getting to stream. Hopefully we went through pretty much everybody. We just didn't go through TJ Edwards, but we'll save that for another time. I'm going to see if I can't get some short little film articles up on WCG over the next couple days, but it's nothing you didn't see here. And until then, Bears fans, it's time to sleep. So support the stream if you want to. Share the channel. Follow me on Twitter if you like this kind of thing. I'm doing it all the time. And I don't know, plugs, podcasts, you name it. Yay. Always great hanging in there. Yeah, I agree with you, Pravat. I'm hoping the same thing. I thought this was more on task than usual, which is a good thing, but still just enough tangents to be fun. But so, until next time, folks, bear down. Thanks so much for bearing with me.